Hi, everybody. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, always on the precipice of World War III. First things first order of business, roll call. Sound off in the comments, even if you're watching on replay. Let me know where you're joining, where you're tuning in from. I always love to see how diverse, spread out, international, and just great, the audience is. And so, we have someone we have Pancho joining in from Mexico, Seattle, Vermont, USA, California, Germany, Denmark, South Africa. I can't keep up with the chat. Wow, you guys are amazing. We got Quebec, Oakland, New Jersey, London. Awesome. Sweden, Australia. That's amazing. Wow. Thank you, Laura. You're very kind. Wow, this is great. You know, we used to, I don't know who it was used to make this joke. You guys, I think, used to do this in the comments about a year and a half ago. You said that one day the chat would be so busy we couldn't even keep up with it. And I was like, nah. And it's true. It's true. We're basically at that point. I can't read all of them. That's wonderful. So I see we have 200 people watching. Not bad for World War III. We could do better with those numbers, but it's okay. Make sure you've hit the like button. I only see 130 likes. Come on, that's this is rookie numbers. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourselves like that. Come on, you can do better. So we have a lot to talk about, and I'm gonna start with Ukraine and Russia. But before I get into the latest things, I feel like I should offer some context. And maybe lay some basic things out, because there's a lot of, we can't talk about Ukraine and Russia without talking about NATO, okay? Because this seems to be absent from the entire conversation, especially if you watch garbage mainstream media, but I'm assuming you don't since you're here, right? So thankfully, that's not the issue we have. But let me start off with talking about this, okay? So tons of people, they want to speak about Ukraine and Russia, but they don't want to talk about NATO expansion. And again, this is especially true if you turn on the TV, if you watch mainstream media garbage. Now, by not taking Russia's legitimate security concerns seriously, you end up in a situation where you have extremely, extremely biased coverage, and it's not even really coverage at all. And so they keep saying the UK, the US, all these Western countries, NATO, they keep saying that, hey, why doesn't Putin engage with us? We want diplomacy. We're ready to talk. We're ready for dialogue. Putin needs to de-escalate. Right? You hear that every single day, several times a day. You hear that all the time, that Russia's refusing to engage in diplomacy. Is that true? Because Russia this is back in December, and I mean, this is something that's been going on for decades, not just December 2021. But Russia has been saying for decades that you need to stop expanding NATO. Okay? Again, what is NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization? It's a military alliance that was founded in 1949 to counter the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union does not exist anymore. So why does NATO not only just exist, but keep expanding? They don't have a justification for this, right? The only thing that NATO does is destroy places like Syria and Libya. It has nothing to do with the Soviet Union. And so the concern by the Russians was that you need to stop expanding and surrounding us with bases, right? I mean, just look at the map. Look at the NATO map. It starts out, relatively small. And then, just to give you an idea, from 1990, okay? So, just a year before the Soviet Union collapses, from 1990 until now, you've had 14 countries that have joined NATO. 14. You see, in 2004, you had Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they've joined, and they're, of course, not Lithuania, excuse me, but if you look at, we have up here Norway, Estonia, Latvia, and the US, of course, on the other side, but basically 5 countries that border Russia, 5 NATO countries, right? So you've had 14 countries that have joined NATO, and 5 of them have borders with Russia. 5. I mean, do I need to tell you what the US reaction would be if they, you had the Russians forming a military alliance with Mexico or Canada? It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. But, if it did, they would lose it, right? And as a matter of fact, I don't need to speculate. I don't need to make you imagine. I do have a concrete example, the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? We don't need to imagine what would happen if Mexico or Canada joined. I can give you something that's even less than joining a military alliance, but was just as bad in the eyes of the U.S., okay? So the Cuban Missile Crisis, just to give you some background information, 1961, you have the Bay of Pigs. So the U.S., specifically the CIA, they try overthrowing the Castro government in Cuba, right? They send a bunch of Cuban exiles to invade, and it fails miserably. And in response, because after the U.S. tries coupping you, you want to beef up your defenses. And so in response, what Cuba does, Cuba spoke with the Soviets, and they made an agreement that the Soviets would place nuclear missiles in Cuba as a deterrent, right? The whole Cold War is about mutually assured destruction, about deterrence. And so they bring these nuclear missiles over to Cuba, and the U-2, the spy planes, the American spy planes, are photographing all of this. They can see the silos being, the launch sites being built, and they freak out. They lose it. How dare you? How dare you bring nuclear missiles next to our territory, right? That's the whole U.S. position. How dare you threaten our territory? Because Cuba is just 90 miles from Florida, right? It's very close. So it's not, they're not sharing a land border like Mexico and Canada, but it's close enough. Certainly close enough for the missiles to reach. And so they lose it, right? And you almost had a nuclear war breaking out, right? This is considered one of the most pivotal moments in the entire Cold War. It's so important that everybody still learns about this in school and in college. I would hope so, at least, right? Or at least the Americans make a big issue out of it. They certainly do. And so it's this whole idea that, the Americans, they want to operate on the Monroe Doctrine. So if you threaten us in any way in the Western Hemisphere, you got to go, because we're going to control the entire hemisphere to protect ourselves. That's their logic. Of course, it's just used to do coups. It's nothing to do with defense. But that's the logic that they subscribe to. And it almost resulted in a nuclear war. Thankfully, that didn't happen. But what was the compromise? How did the Cuban Missile Crisis get solved? The Soviets removed the missiles from Cuba, okay? And in return, the Americans removed their Jupiter missiles from Turkey, okay? But this is the thing with the Americans. They don't like to admit that they've made, they don't like to show that they've made concessions, right? They don't want to appear like they're appeasing the Soviets. So what the Kennedy administration did, what the Americans did, is they removed the missiles in secret from Turkey. They didn't do it right after the Soviets removed their missiles from Cuba. Okay, so they did it. They waited until 1963 and then removed them. But it just goes to show you the hypocrisy, right? So it's not okay for Russia to put bases or missiles specifically around the U.S., but it's totally okay for the U.S. to do it to Russia, right? And the thing is that this is not just hypocrisy; it's a broken agreement. So it's not a question of, oh well, of course Russia doesn't like that. There was a deal. You need to understand that there was a deal. And of course you have, if you go and speak to a bunch of American diplomats, especially those who were at the negotiations, the 4+2 in 1990, right? The 4 occupying powers, and then with the 2 Germanys when they were doing the talks to reunite in 1990. If you ask them, you'll have differing accounts. But I want to show you this document. This is from Der Spiegel, which is a German outlet. And they found one document that clearly shows how during the negotiations they promised not to expand NATO, right? Let me read this to you. They say down here that we had made it clear during the 2+4 negotiations that we would not extend NATO beyond the Elbe, right? We would not therefore offer membership of NATO to Poland and the others. Well, if you look at the map, Poland is certainly in NATO now. And not just Poland, but most of Eastern Europe, right? It's just left, the only thing now is Ukraine that they're trying to add to the gang. But there was a very clear understanding that, okay, you're done with the Soviet Union, Germany reunites, the Warsaw Pact is dissolved. So NATO, there's no need for NATO anyway, and we won't expand. And they broke that promise. They broke that promise. And of course, what the Americans will say is that, well, we never signed anything. Well, that's the thing, right? They always try to wiggle out of agreements, which speaks to the whole issue of, you know, the assurances for Assange, for Mendoza, and the Iran nuclear deal, and I can go on and on. But this shows you again that if you don't have something written in black and white, in blood with the Americans, they're not going to follow through on it. And even then, they probably won't. But you can see how the entire issue here with Ukraine is rooted in NATO expansion. Russia has seen over the last 3 decades one country after the next encircle it with U.S. weapons and U.S. bases. So you can't talk about what's happening in Ukraine and you know, leave out the context and act like this happened in a vacuum, right? You can't talk about Ukraine receiving U.S. weapons and UK weapons and wanting to join NATO and act like that's something separate from what's happening right now. It's not separate. You can't talk about Russia and not understand the legitimate security concerns that they have. The Americans would never tolerate this. It's a fact. You know that. And we've seen that. There's proof of that, historical proof that they wouldn't tolerate something similar. So why is Russia supposed to tolerate that, right? This is very important to understand. It's extremely, extremely important to understand. And I think that's half the issue with these pundits, with these so-called experts, these think tanks. They want to come on MSNBC and CNN and Fox and Deutsche Welle and all these channels and talk about this crisis without mentioning NATO expansion. Because if they mention that, then you have to start changing viewers' minds and you start changing the dynamic, right? Because they want to portray it as, oh, look at Putin, he's evil. He's this Machiavellian type who has nothing better to do than take over the planet, and all he wants is to destroy Ukraine and all this. Really, like this is childish. This sounds like a comic book. This is horse manure. I mean, you can't take that seriously at all. It's making a mockery of what Russia's talking about. And so once again, you see how when they say, well, we've extended our hand to Russia, you know, we're trying to engage in good faith. It's a lie, because when Russia says, please don't allow NATO to accept Ukraine as a member and stop deploying NATO troops in the countries that surround Russia, do you know what they tell Russia? They say that is a non-starter. That's the word that they use. That's a non-starter. So it's like, get the hell out of here. We're not even going to talk about that. So that's your diplomacy with Russia, right? So Russia wants to talk, and they're like, no, we're not even discussing that. Goodbye. What does that tell you? Who's being unreasonable? So, give me 1 second. All right, lovely. Lovely, lovely. We have 400 people watching. That's great. We're going to dive right into the breaking news, the invasion of Ukraine, as they're putting it, right? And I would add just one thing, because if we look at, hold on, I just want to go back 1 second to the previous map that we had here, right? If you look at the map where NATO is, you can see this enclave that used to be Königsberg, right? It used to be German. And in that sense, you do have Lithuania bordering Russia, right? So that's where we get the figure of 5 countries. And of course, if I show you the other side of Russia, which again is absolutely enormous, we need to shift the globe over, right? But we're going to stay fixed on Central Europe. But if I show you the other side, you'll see how close the U.S. is. Of course, I don't need to go into that. But just to give you an idea of how Russia is being encircled by NATO bases, NATO weapons, and so on. Anyway, so let me go into the breaking news. I'm going to get the segment up for you so we can break down what happened with Putin recognizing the 2 republics. We have 400 people watching. Brilliant. Make sure you've hit the like button. And thank you for tuning in. I sound like I'm ending the show. I'm not ending the show. Let me show you what's happening here, okay? So, here's Joe Biden. I am going to play you a clip of Biden so you can fall asleep to what he's saying. We had Vladimir Putin, the Russian president. He recognized two republics in Ukraine, right, in the Donbass region. So here's the statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry on recognizing the independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, okay? So I'm not going to read you the entire statement, but just briefly here, they say this was the only possible solution and a challenging one, right? And that basically Putin did that because there was a resolution from the Duma, right? From the legislators. And that he did this on humanitarian grounds because there's been ethnic cleansing in these areas, which are majority, not only, but majority Russian speaking. And so Putin, he gave an enormous speech in his office, which is very different from what they were telling you, right? They were saying that there's going to be some huge invasion, and Putin is going to mobilize 190,000 troops, and he's gonna take out the energy grid, and he's gonna put some puppet government in Kiev, and all of these weird things, right? They had all these extreme scenarios. I wouldn't be surprised if someone accused him of that he was going to use nukes, and the invasion of Ukraine was basically just Putin sitting in his office, giving a rant for 1 hour. And he went through the whole history of it, right? He starts with Lenin and he starts going through the entire history of Russia and Ukraine and the Soviet Union. And his point is basically that, this is Russia. And Ukraine owes its existence. It's basically, its DNA is Russian, fundamentally. Okay? And I'm just going to play you a short clip of what he was saying, okay?
В результате большевистской политики и возникла советская Украина, которую и в наши дни можно с полным основанием назвать Украина имени Владимира Ильича Ленина. Он ее автор и архитектор. Это целиком и полностью подтверждается архивными документами, включая жесткие ленинские директивы по Донбассу, которые буквально втиснули в состав Украины. А сейчас благодарные потомки посносили на Украине памятники Ленину. Это у них декоммунизация называется. Вы хотите декоммунизации? Ну что же, нас это вполне устраивает. Но не нужно, что называется, останавливаться на полпути. Мы готовы показать вам, что значит для Украины настоящая декоммунизация.
So I think, I gather the audio was a bit silent, but you could still read the subtitles. And afterwards, what Putin did is he sent in peacekeeping forces, right? And so you have various interpretations of what that means. Now, the White House waited until I think 3-4 hours ago, like from when I'm doing this live stream. So almost an entire day to call it an invasion, which, I mean, what you make up your own mind about that, because they are saying in the beginning they were saying it's not an invasion, that he's sending these peacekeepers, and then they were saying no, it is an invasion, and therefore we're going to justify these sanctions on Russia because it's an invasion. Okay, and you have, I mean, you have everyone in the media saying that this is an invasion. The Washington Post, the New York Times. But I want to look at the details of it, because these two regions, okay, the LPR and the DPR, they're majority Russian, okay? And Putin was saying that there's a genocide being committed there, and they were all laughing at this and taking it for a joke. And if you go and read the CNN, any outlet you like, they say that Putin is saying there's a genocide in the Donbass region, but he doesn't offer any evidence. So they're not taking it seriously in the Western press. And his point is that, well, the Ukrainian government has failed to implement the Minsk agreements, right, from 2014, 2015. And the idea behind the Minsk agreements was that the Ukraine has to treat these two regions as, autonomous regions. So federally speaking, they will be autonomous. And they never did that, right? So the idea is that, well, you failed. You reneged on your end. You didn't come up. You didn't come through and do what you were supposed to. And so you're also not only abandoning your obligations under the Minsk agreement, but you're also killing the people there and committing genocide against the Russian speakers. So that's Putin's logic, okay? And then, of course, in his speech, he's saying, well, the whole thing is Russian anyway. That's his point. And I just want to explain something to you, because regardless what you think about what Putin has done under international law, and I'll get to the legalities under international law in a second, don't you think it's extremely weird that we've been hearing for a couple of weeks, they were saying he's going to invade with these 190,000 troops. There are tanks. Every day you see a video of all these Russian tanks are amassing on the border. And they made up all these weird conspiracy theories that he's going to knock out, he's going to do some massive cyber attack. And they were saying he's going to start World War 15, right? Every single fucking day. We've been hearing Putin is going to start World War 25. It's so bad. It's the biggest conflict in Europe since World War II. Like, casually forgetting Kosovo and Yugoslavia. They've been hyping this war up, and then he's just giving a fucking rant in his office? What kind of an invasion is that? What kind of an invasion is that? You were telling us it's going to be a war. It's not a war. There's no invasion. Now, under international law, what the Americans are saying, what most of the West are saying, is that Putin is violating the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and that this goes against Article 2, Chapter 4 under the UN Charter, right? Every time Israel bombs Syria, that's a violation of Article 2, Chapter 4, right? I can pull it up for you. Ironically, I was trying to pull it up for you, and then the UN website says it's broken. I was like, that's so fitting, I can read you the archived piece here. It says, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the UN. When you click on it, it says that it doesn't work, which is basically what the UN is. It doesn't work. In any case, that's the argument of what Russia, against Russia. They're saying that Putin is violating Ukraine's territory. He can't just recognize another, two countries or another country, and violate Ukraine's territory, because the UN recognizes Ukraine as a member state, and these are its internationally recognized borders, and he's playing with that. That's their argument, right? And I'll play you a speech, just a short bit of Biden speaking here and what he has to say.
Yesterday, Vladimir Putin recognized two regions of Ukraine as independent states. And he bizarrely asserted that these regions are no longer part of Ukraine and their sovereign territory. To put it simply, Russia just announced that it is carving out a big chunk of Ukraine. Last night, Putin authorized Russian forces to deploy into these regions. Today, he asserted that these regions actually extend deeper than the two areas he recognized, claiming large areas currently under the jurisdiction of the Ukraine government. This is the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, as he indicated and asked permission to be able to do from his Duma. So let's begin to, I'm going to begin to impose sanctions in response far beyond the steps we and our allies and partners implemented in 2014. And if Russia goes further with this invasion, we stand prepared to go further as with sanctions. Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law.
I thank you so much, President Biden, for saying that. And who in the Lord's name gave you the right to declare the Syrian Golan Heights Israeli? Because Donald Trump did that, and you think Biden changed that or reversed that? No, he didn't. Hell no, he didn't. Right? again, you see how the Biden administration is really no different from Trump. It's just a continuation. It just moves from one administration to the other. Biden is keeping those Abraham Accords. And like I said, he's taking the Syrian Golan Heights. Every single country on earth recognizes the Golan Heights as Syrian. Only the United States and Israel. And that started with Trump, and Biden continues it. Right? So, like, there's such hypocrites. The entire time, the U.S. is supporting separatists in Xinjiang, the Uyghurs that you keep hearing about. The U.S. supports them, and they're separatists, right? The Kurds in northern Syria that are stealing the oil with the Americans, the U.S. supports them too, and they're separatists, right? You always hear about Tibet and Hong Kong. So they love separatism. This is divide and conquer. It's the whole strategy. They love it so much. And then now all of a sudden they're concerned about territorial integrity. You motherfuckers. Explain something to me, man. I'm not talking about the Soviet Union in the Cold War. Russia, so post-Soviet Union. Did Russia invade Iraq? Did Russia invade Syria? Did Russia invade Afghanistan? Did Russia destroy Libya? Who's got all these drones in Africa? Who's got all these Al-Qaeda cells? Who's sending them money, weapons? Who's training all of these terrorists and violating the territorial integrity of dozens and dozens of countries? The AUMF, the Authorization for the Use of Military Force 2001, which they passed in the US Congress to start the war on terror, right? So they've used that against 19 countries. At first they said, we're just going to go after bin Laden. We just need to get bin Laden in Afghanistan. They've used that document to bomb 19 countries. That's not a violation of their territory. And they do it in secret most of the time, right? You'll hear, there was a drone strike in Somalia, a drone strike in Yemen, and they're massacring people. That's not a violation of their integrity. You have the balls now to come and act like, you have some moral high ground here. And the UK is saying that, you got Liz Truss, who's the foreign secretary. She's coming out and saying, we're going to put sanctions on you and you have to respect Ukraine's integrity. And what the fuck? Man, the UK invaded 25% of the planet. Literally 25% of the landmass was under British rule at one point. The biggest empire in history. Colonized 25%, a quarter of the world's landmass. And that's not very long ago. That's not very long ago. And you have the nerve to talk about other people's sovereignty and integrity? That is so hypocritical. I mean, really, like the two most hypocritical motherfuckers are coming in and they want to lecture Russia. Like, you don't have to like what Russia did, right? But the fact that it's coming out of the mouths of the biggest fucking hypocrites is revolting. It's a joke. You have no right to talk about other people's sovereignty. Like, you're literally in Syria right now stealing oil. You're still in Iraq. You just changed the name from combat troops to advisors. They're still there. It's the same people, right? You just left Afghanistan, supposedly. The CIA is still there. After being there for 20 years, and you have the nerve to talk about sovereignty. Fuck off. Get out of here. You're a moron. Look at this map. You want to talk about territorial integrity? Look how they cut up the Middle East, the French and the British. After World War I, 1916, Sykes-Picot, right? And they kicked out the Ottomans, and they were dividing it already. They cut up, they split it between French and British, and they shared bits of it. And to this day, you have these borders. These borders in the Middle East, Syria, Lebanon, these were not made by Lebanese or Syrians or Arabs or Palestinians. British and French drew these borders. You go and look at a map of Africa, right? You can literally see how they've drawn the maps with a fucking ruler on a table. It's disgusting. They've carved up the entire planet, these two countries, the UK and the US, and then they pretend to care about Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and the international international law and the UN Charter. This is a joke. Like, at least be straight up. Just say, we want to be in Ukraine so we can fuck with Russia with NATO bases. Just be straight up. I would maybe respect you a little bit, microscopic, for just saying the truth. Don't come with this bullshit. Oh yeah, we really care about their integrity. No, you don't. You don't care about that. You don't give a crap about that. That's a lie. That's a joke. That is a complete joke. And you can see Blinken here, the U.S. Secretary of State. Look at this tweet. He says, I spoke with the People's Republic of China State Counselor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi. I underscored the need to preserve Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Oh, really? Oh, really? So you wanna go and lecture China about Taiwan and say that China should let go and of Taiwan. Taiwan should secede from China. And you want Hong Kong, and you want Tibet, and you want the Uyghurs. You're trying to carve up four parts of China. And then you're going to go and lecture the Chinese about respecting Ukraine's territory. This is a joke. Like, this is a parody tweet. This cannot be real. This cannot be real. Every other day you're hearing about the U.S. lecturing China about, letting separatist movements go wild. And then this is ridiculous. This is absurd. It's absolutely absurd. So one thing that I want to show you also is how they're saying that Trump is praising Putin's invasion, right? So they're saying, I don't know who this moron is. He's saying with his remarks, meaning Trump's remarks, praising Putin's invasion of Ukraine, Trump has again confirmed that there is no bottom to his treacherous conduct, all right? Any attorney, advisor, accountant who continues to assist Trump in any capacity is complicit. Trump needs to be shamed and shunned. And, I'm all for shaming Trump, but I can bet you that this person and all of these people saying these things didn't give a shit when he recognized Syria's Golan Heights as Israeli. I bet you anything you like. Anything. And over here, you'll see other comments like this. They're calling him a traitor. I mean, they're saying that Trump called Putin's invasion of Ukraine genius and very savvy. And they're calling Trump a traitor because of these comments. I mean, a traitor to whom? He's not Ukrainian. In order for him to be a traitor in this sense, he would have to be from Ukraine. Why do they act like Ukraine is the US? That doesn't even make any sense. It's like when they say Assange is a traitor. To whom? He published documents from every country, but when they say it, they imply he's a traitor to the U.S. He's not a fucking U.S. citizen. What does that mean? They think like everyone on earth has to like bend down and, like worship the United States and shut the fuck up and just do what you're told, or else you're a traitor to a country that you don't even come from. And in this sense, what they mean is it's a potential NATO ally. It's an adversary of Russia. So it's on our team and therefore you're a traitor. That's what they're trying to say. It's so ridiculous. And so I want to explain to you the logic of the Russian side of what Putin is saying under international law, and Lavrov, who's the foreign minister. So what they're arguing, the Russians, is that the people in the Donbass region, okay, I actually should have pulled up a map for you just so you can see exactly where I'm talking about. Here you go. So we're talking about Luhansk and Donetsk, okay? The LPR and DPR. Give me a second to pull up this image for you. All right, so they're saying, the Russians, that, they held a referendum in 2014 regarding self-determination, and that's it, right? Like these people want to, they want to be separate from Ukraine. They want to secede. Arguably, that wasn't the best map. I just pulled the first thing I found on Google. Hold on a second. Yeah, here you go. This is much better. Trying to speak and explain at the same time. Here you go. So Luhansk and Donetsk. And so pay attention, because we're talking about the province, not just the provinces, but not just the cities, but the provinces. Anyway, just to go back to my point, the Russians are arguing there was a referendum in 2014, and these people in the Donbass region voted for, independence. They want to secede from Ukraine, and that therefore this is their right to self-determination under international law. So you have two conflicting arguments here about the Americans saying, well, you can't violate Ukraine's territorial integrity under Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter. And then you have the Russians saying, well, we have to help these people because it's their right under international law. They have a right to self-determination. They don't want to be part of Ukraine. So that's their logic. And here I want to show you this clip from Lavrov, who's the Russian foreign minister. Take a look at what he's saying.
Our Western counterparts have reacted as expected. Over the last few decades, they've developed a habit of accusing Russia of all sorts of things and blaming everything on us. Antonio Guterres said that by recognizing the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics, we have violated the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our colleagues at the UN Secretariat should stick to the UN principles. If we take the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity as enshrined in the UN Charter, the primary document that its application is based on is called the Declaration on Principles of International Law Concerning Friendly Relations and Cooperation among States. On the principle sovereignty and territorial integrity, this declaration says it has to be observed without fault regarding all states conducting themselves in compliance with the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and thus possessed of a government representing the whole people belonging to the territory without distinction as to race, creed or color. I do not...
Right, so you see, this is the argument again that they're saying that the Kiev government not only failed to give these two regions autonomous status, but on top of it, they're discriminating against them because they're Russian-speaking and they've been committing genocide against them. And of course, they also point to the fact that they held a referendum and it's their right to self-determination. And he's referring to this document over here. Okay, so I'm not saying like I'm just giving you the points of view. Okay, I haven't said anything else. I'm just telling you this is what the U.S. is saying, what the West is saying. This is what Russia's saying. So I'll just as the document he's talking about from 1970, right? He's talking about the Declaration of Principles of International Law, Friendly Relations. It's a gigantic title. I'm not going to read it to you, especially when he just mentioned it. But this is what they're saying, okay? Now, what I think is incredible is that you have this whole situation about Ukraine and Russia. They're trying to talk about it as if, you know, Putin has nothing on his mind except destroying Ukraine and absorbing it and so on. Okay, well, I would put forward to you, why didn't he do that in the last 8 years then, right? Why didn't Putin absorb? I mean, again, he didn't annex anything, but they're acting like he did. But if he's so bent, if he's so determined to just swallow Ukraine and attack its territorial integrity, why didn't he recognize these regions as independent and sovereign 8 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago? And these comments where they're saying that Trump is a traitor because he thinks Putin's invasion is genius. Have you realized how full of shit these people are about this whole Russiagate thing? Because they were saying for 4 years, Donald Trump is a Kremlin asset. Donald Trump, they have a piss tape on him. They have dirty stuff on Donald Trump, and they're using him. They've captured the White House, the Russians. The Russians are controlling the White House through Trump, and he's their boy, and, you know, they have dirt on him. And yet, we have Putin taking Crimea when Obama was president, and now Putin invading, apparently, Ukraine when Biden is president. He didn't do any of that when Trump was president. So by your logic, Biden and Obama are the real Putin puppets. Why didn't Putin do what he did, recognizing LPR and DPR as sovereign and independent when Trump was president, if he's such buddies with Trump? You know, this breaks their whole fucking theory. It blows it out of the water. They have no response to this because it just shows how full of shit they are. So again, that's just something I wanted to point out to you. But my point before was that why didn't Putin do that before then, if he's just after that? And do you not think that he's trying to create a buffer, right? He's been telling the Americans and NATO, let's please talk and make sure that you don't put Ukraine in NATO, because we already have 5 countries, 5 NATO members surrounding us. We don't want another one. And they've been telling Russia, that's a non-starter. Go screw yourself. We're not even talking about this because NATO has an open door policy. That means if you want to join NATO, you can join NATO, right? You can just apply. Of course, I mean, that doesn't mean you're always successful, but the point is it's an open door policy. And so they're telling Russia, we're not debating this with you. We're not going to forswear Ukraine joining NATO because that's our policy and we're not changing it for you. So go screw yourself. And then the other thing that Russia is asking is not just about Ukraine's membership. They're saying you already have Poland. I'm going to pull up the map again for you. You already have Lithuania and all of these countries that are surrounding us. Please don't put your troops in these countries because, you know, you're just threatening us. You're making us feel that our defense and our security is at risk. And this, again, what do they tell them? Screw you. This is a non-starter. We're not discussing this. We will put NATO troops. We will put NATO missile systems wherever we want. So don't you think that what Putin is doing here is trying to create leverage, right? It looks like that. That's what it looks like. He's trying to create leverage. And so in the future, again, I'm just speculating, but in the future, what you would see is that the United States would agree to, they would perhaps not say it explicitly. Again, they don't want to look like they're weak and appeasing Putin. So what they will say is that they won't allow Ukraine to join NATO. And then Russia will, remove its peacekeepers, as they're being called, from the Donbass region. I think that's what might happen. I think that's what's going on. I think they're trying to create leverage because they've tried to do this diplomatically for 30 fucking years. 30 years. You have to put that into context. You can't remove that from the equation. 30 years, NATO has been expanding and encircling Russia more and more, and they've tried diplomacy and it doesn't work. So if you look at the Cuban Missile Crisis, there's a lesson in there, is that when you finally deter the Americans, it's like a bully. I know it's ironic because Biden uses this analogy with Putin, but I'm going to use it with the US and with the UK, arguably, right? You have to stand up to bullies. And I'm not saying this is, necessarily okay under international law. Again, Ukraine is a member state. It has internationally recognized borders. That's a fact, right? And I think, to be fair, if the US had done this, we wouldn't hesitate to call that an invasion. But again, the US has a long, dirty history, so I don't think it's completely comparable because we know what the US intentions are. The US doesn't, do things to create leverage for its national security. It says it's for its security, but it's actually to feed the military-industrial complex. There's a lot of corporate money involved. It's imperialism, pure and simple. But my point is that I don't think this is as clear and as they're making it out to be on the media. It's not, Putin is evil and that's why he's invading Ukraine. No, stop making a fucking mockery of the legitimate security concerns that Russia has, because otherwise no one is going to come to a solution here. You're whitewashing the entire issue. And again, it doesn't mean Russia is doing everything correct. It doesn't mean Putin is faultless. But you have to mention this and put this in context. I want to show you this tweet over here. This is from Alfred de Zayas. So he was the former UN independent expert on the promotion of democratic and equitable international order. And his tweet here, he says, the right of self-determination of the peoples of Donetsk and Lugansk takes precedence over territorial integrity. So basically, this is the Russian argument that, both of those things exist. Your borders, your territory should be respected under the UN Charter, but also under international law, self-determination must be respected. And that's the thing he's saying here. But of course, you can't speak reasonably without people going and saying, oh, you're a Russian bot. Oh, you're a Russian agent. Oh, you're a Kremlin puppet. Like, this is the sickness, the disease, and the authoritarian censorship from liberals. If you say any fucking thing that they don't like, whatever it is, they call you a Russian agent. They have this neo-McCarthyite disease, that has permeated the media, academia. It's just everywhere, and it's all over society right now, especially in the US, but it's spread to Europe. Right, you have in Russia, you have in Germany and the UK, Russia every 2 seconds. Russian interference, everything they want to blame on Russia. This is stupid. You can't call yourself, mature and civilized, and then you blame all of the problems externally. Especially on a conspiracy theory. I'm not even going to get into the whole Hillary story right now, but let me show you this tweet here from George Galloway. George Galloway says, they said Russia was going to invade Ukraine, occupy Kiev, install a puppet government. I'm trying to imitate George. And the US and CIA moved to Lvov and burned all their files. In fact, Russia recognized 2 breakaway provinces and sent troops. We've been told for 8 years we're already there. So he makes an excellent point. They've been saying for, since 2014, 2015 that these Russian separatists are actually Russian troops that, who've got the insignia removed, and they're just occupying the Donbass region, but covertly. And even if they are really from there, they're still controlled by Russia. That's what we've been hearing. They're saying this region has been controlled by Russia the entire time. And now they're telling us that it's being invaded. Well, which one is it? How are you invading a territory that you already controlled for 8 years? What? I've never heard something in my life. Are you there or are you not there? Which one is it? Has Russia been controlling eastern Ukraine for the last 8 years, or did it just invade? You can't say both. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And here's John Bolton, the infamous warmonger. He doesn't need any introduction. Glenn Greenwald says, so funny that MSNBC put John Bolton on, and Mitchell was horrified to hear him say that Putin got everything he wanted because of Biden, and that Biden has failed to confront Russia. Take a look at the clip.
Well, I think Putin was undoubtedly waiting for a second Trump term, but he's getting effectively almost what he would have expected then. This is going to be a victory for Russia.
You think that what the Biden administration is doing, rallying the NATO allies,
it has failed.
Ambassador.
The president says it has failed. Well, I think...
She's speechless. She can't say anything. She's like, you can't say those things here. You can't say. Because John Bolton, he used to work for Trump, and now he's jumped on the whole neocon liberal bandwagon. Because you've been seeing, you have a unison now between Democrats, between neoliberals and neocons, right? Which is, of course you would. Why wouldn't you? And John Bolton is one of them. He got fired by Trump. He doesn't like him. So to get revenge, he gets on board the whole, Trump is working with Russia and he was appeasing Russia and he's so bad. He's the worst thing that ever happened, even though I'm part of the problem. So he goes on MSNBC, that he's invited on there on liberal outlets, just like you'll see Bush and so on. And they embrace him with open arms. And he says now that he says the truth, which is, basically this is happening under Biden, not Trump. And this makes her brain explode. It makes people's brains explode because you're basically saying that, Biden is really the Putin puppet. I mean, he's not. But it's so funny that these concessions or these things that Putin has been able to get away with, like as if he's like a pet of the White House or something, like he needs permission. But the point is that they say that Trump appeased him and gave him all these concessions. Well, hold on a second. Crimea and LPR and DPR, this is happening right now. Obama and Biden. So who's the puppet? Explain that to me. Right? I just find it so incredible that they hyped up this so-called invasion. They made it sound like World War 55 was going to break out. Right? Every single day with the propaganda. Man, they got blood bags. They just brought blood bags to the front line. Do you know what a blood bag means? That means there's going to be casualties. They're getting ready for war. Look at this column of tanks. This tank column is 3 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. Oh, man, you should see these uniformed troops moving up here. There's 190,000 Russian troops. They're going to invade any second, right? And then it's just Putin giving a fucking rant from his office? What kind of an invasion is that? What kind of an invasion is that? Here, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, you have this clown over here, Michael McFaul, saying, International Relations 101 final exam question. If country X sends soldiers and tanks into country Y without an invitation, what is that called? What is it called, guys? What is it called? I'll tell you what it's called. It's U.S. foreign policy. That's what I said, because that's exactly what it is. Again, Russia's not faultless. The Soviet Union was not faultless. But if we're going to talk about invasions, I mean, seriously, you're just going to casually leave out that the U.S. has not only invaded more countries, especially in recent times, but is still there, is still occupying them. I haven't forgot that you're in Syria, right? I'm pretty sure Iraqis haven't forgot that you're in Iraq. You're still there, even though you call yourself something else. Latin America, don't even get me started on Latin America, man. Do you know how many countries they've couped and invaded there? Jesus Christ. Guatemala, Grenada, we got Bolivia, had 2 coups. Venezuela under embargo. I mean, there are countries that have had 2 invasions, 2 coups in Latin America. They've done the whole continent and Central America. So you want to come here and talk about territorial integrity? Look at your own track record worldwide. Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, Asia, all over the place. All over the place. And this whole fucking issue is once again because of NATO expansion, because they want to come in and make sure that Russia is encircled. NATO has no reason to exist. NATO has no reason to exist. The entire purpose of NATO was let's counter the Soviet Union, the Soviet threat. There is no Soviet threat. The Soviet Union is gone. The Warsaw Pact is gone. It doesn't fucking exist. So, but not only do they keep NATO, they keep expanding it. And again, what I think is happening here is Putin is creating leverage because diplomacy is not working with the US. They've tried approaching the Americans for 30 years and saying, you need to hold up your end of the deal. You said no more expansion. You told us that in 1990 at the 2+4. You lied. You keep expanding, and now you want to add Ukraine as well. This is a double standard of epic proportions, of the highest order, incalculable proportions of hypocrisy. I mean, just imagine if Russia was doing this with Mexico. Just fucking imagine. The US would have invaded with full force, and you know that. You fucking know that. And so, that doesn't excuse everything Russia's doing, but don't put it out of context. Don't take it out of context. Because when a country has legitimate security concerns, and especially these concerns have been ignored and violated for decades and decades and decades, it builds up and you get to this point. So I think what's going to happen is that they are going to, again, I'm just speculating, but I think it will end up being that Russia will agree to, completely leave with its peacekeepers, as they're being called, and the whole issue in Ukraine will end if the US and NATO forswear membership for Ukraine. Like it's finished. You already have 5 countries around Russia. How many more do you need? Come on. They don't even need to be there. And NATO, if you ask me, NATO is a racket. It's a protection racket. In the mafia, gangs will basically come up to you, and say that if you give them money, they will protect you. But the ones they're protecting you from, there is no real threat. They're basically bullying and coercing you into paying them in order to, not beat you up. Right? They stick a knife up to your throat and say, hey, you better pay up some protection money because you wouldn't want anything bad to happen to you, would you? That's what NATO is. It's a protection racket. And so they basically force all of these countries in Europe to pay money for shit they don't need. I can assure you one thing. Most Europeans do not want to go to war over Ukraine. Actually, most people, I'm pretty sure most Americans also do not want to go to war over Ukraine. I think most Americans don't even know where Ukraine is on a map, But the media come in and they brainwash you and they program you and condition you every single fucking day to support wars in places you don't even know or care about. And they make you hate people that you don't even know and otherwise probably wouldn't have cared about, right? So this negative conditioning, it leads to a situation where you have countries that are part of a military alliance that they shouldn't really be a part of in the first place because NATO said it would not expand past Germany. It did that, obviously. And most importantly, they're not getting anything out of this. Germany has the most NATO troops, most US troops in all of Europe, right? They have 38,000 US troops in Germany. Now, again, World War II, the Cold War, these ended a long time ago. Why are there still 38,000 US troops in Germany? Is it under occupation? Correct me if I'm wrong. I recall that Roman Britain, when Britain was occupied by the Romans, they had 30,000 troops there. It was a huge issue, right? That's an occupation. Why are they still there? And then Trump was mad because they weren't paying their fair share, right? It's again, they're squeezing Europeans for money for some fucking alliance that is only going to drag them into a war. It's incredible. And one more thing that I would talk about this whole independence and sovereignty issue, just again to show you the hypocrisy that the US and the West support separatism, in Syria with the Kurds, they support it in China with the Uyghurs, with Taiwan, with Hong Kong, with Tibet. All over the world, they support separatism because it's the classic divide and conquer. And the UK and France, they carved up the Middle East, they carved up Africa to divide and conquer. They created artificial borders based on sectarian lines that never existed before, right? These are European-made borders. Arabs did not draw these borders. And when it comes to Kosovo, look what happened with Kosovo. Like they insisted that it breaks away and becomes a independent sovereign nation, right? The U.S. backed that, the West backed that, and they even bombed over that. And now they want to turn around and say, well, you can't do that. You're a hypocrite. You're a complete hypocrite. Unbelievable. So I'm gonna keep going about this because this is another result of this war, apparently, right? I'm gonna keep going. We have 700 people watching. Welcome, welcome. That's great. Good numbers for World War III. We only have 570 likes, though. Make sure you've hit the like button, please. It helps with the algorithm. YouTube hates independent media. They keep burying my videos and other people's videos in a cave. So we need to make sure that we fight the algorithm. And before I move on to the next segment, we are currently at 386 members on Patreon. Guys, we're almost there. 14 more people, just 14 more people, and we'll hit the goal of 400. So please, if you like my work, if you want me to continue doing international relations, U.S. politics, the Middle East, that's what I do, and I'd be very grateful if you could support independent media. I can't do this without you. I rely on your guys' support, and I'm very grateful. And not just me, but support everyone in independent media. It doesn't have to be me. So, and of course, when you guys join on Patreon, I play a crab dance, so that's an added benefit. Anyway, thank you so much for supporting the show. I'll put the link in the chat. So let me continue. Let me keep going with World War III. Okay. So another huge consequence of this, Russian recognition of LPR and DPR in the Donbass region of Ukraine is the freezing of Nord Stream 2. So you guys know Nord Stream 2 is a gas pipeline that's been built between Germany and Russia. It's the successor to Nord Stream 1. It's supposed to provide not just Germany, but all of Europe with cheap, inexpensive gas and at least help to alleviate some of the energy crisis that Europe is experiencing. And they just finished building it in September 2021. And so before the pipeline can be turned on, it has to go through a bunch of bureaucratic processes and verifications and so on. And just yesterday, as a result of Vladimir Putin recognizing the Luhansk People's Republic and the Donetsk People's Republic in Ukraine, he's been punished by Germany freezing the pipeline. Okay? So let me just play you this clip of Olaf Scholz, who's the German Chancellor.
Und deshalb müssen wir angesichts der jüngsten Entwicklung diese Lage auch neu bewerten, übrigens auch im Hinblick auf Nord Stream 2. Ich habe das Bundeswirtschaftsministerium heute gebeten, den bestehenden Bericht zur Analyse der Versorgungssicherheit bei der Bundesnetzagentur zurückzuziehen. Das klingt zwar technisch, ist aber der nötige verwaltungsrechtliche Schritt, damit jetzt keine Zertifizierung der Pipeline erfolgen kann. Und ohne diese Zertifizierung kann Nord Stream 2 ja nicht in Betrieb gehen.
There you go. So he's straight up come out and said it, and which is very interesting because up until now, Olaf Scholz, who's he's in office just for a few weeks now, he's avoided addressing Nord Stream 2 because the U.S. has always opposed Nord Stream 2 because they don't want Russia and Germany growing closer to each other. Trade between two countries always helps to develop relationships. It would help Russia and Germany become closer. And so the U.S. hates that, right? For obvious geopolitical reasons, but also because Russia currently already has 40% of the market share in Europe. And so being able to go ahead with Nord Stream 2, I mean, again, not only is this beneficial for Germany and Europe, who have an energy crisis, but it's also beneficial for Russia because Russia is one of the world's largest gas exporters. And so what you need to understand here, I need to be very clear. This is not Germany. Germany did not decide alone to freeze Nord Stream 2, okay? The United States is behind this, obviously. And just the other day, you had Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, meeting with President Biden, okay? And while they were speaking, you have a reporter that asks Biden about Nord Stream 2. And basically, Biden straight up tells the reporter that if Putin does anything, we will end Nord Stream 2. We will end. Wait, hold on, what do you mean we will end? This is a German-Russian pipeline. Do you have a grasp of basic geography? You're on the other side of the planet. It has nothing to do with you. And he just says it, Biden, and he's right next to the German chancellor. Like the level of disrespect, like the fucking cuck status that Germany has. You know, it's like a dog on a leash. And it's like, we will end it. Well, it's not your pipeline. No, we will end it. Even the reporter is asking him, well, how are you going to do that? It's a German-Russian project. It's not American. And he's like, trust me, we'll do it. That shows you who's running the show. And it also tells you why you have this crisis. One of the big reasons behind this crisis is Nord Stream 2. Okay? They want to dead that project. They want to end it because they've never been happy with it. And when Joe Biden, said that, the U.S. is no longer going to oppose the Nord Stream 2, he was lying because they are opposing it. Let me just play the clip for you. I think it speaks for itself, really. There you go.
A couple questions each. Reuters, Andrea, for you guys the first question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chancellor Scholz. Mr. President, I had wanted to ask you about this Nord Stream project that you've long opposed. You didn't mention it just now by name, nor did Chancellor Scholz. Did you receive assurances from Chancellor Scholz today that Germany will, in fact, pull the plug on this project if Russia invades Ukraine? And did you discuss what the definition of invasion could be? And then Chancellor Scholz, wenn ich Sie fragen darf, Sie haben darüber gesprochen, dass es eine strategische Ambiguität geben soll wegen den Sanktionen. Und ich wollte wissen, ob die Sanktionen, die Sie vorhaben und die EU vorhaben und die US vorhaben, nun schon fertig geschnürt sind oder ob das noch ausgearbeitet wird. Und ist denn in der Tat Ihre, also dass Sie das nicht sagen wollen, was genau da drin ist, ist das eine Ausrede, dass Deutschland vielleicht zum Beispiel die SWIFT-Maßnahmen nicht mittragen würde?
Let me answer the first question first. If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
But how will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
We will, I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
There you go. You heard the man. He says, I promise you we will be able to do that. He's not lying. He's not lying. And this comes as Liz Truss, right, who is the UK Foreign Secretary. She said, tomorrow we will be announcing new sanctions on Russia in response to their breach of international law and attack on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Again, the United Kingdom talking about people's sovereignty. I mean, that's a really good one. That's a good one. And then, of course, the statement from the White House from Jen Psaki talking about the sanctions they're going to put on Russia. So they've been saying that they've been keeping the soft sanctions for this recognition of LPR, DPR by Russia, and that if there's a full-scale invasion, then they will have the harder sanctions, And they're saying now, the Americans are saying that they're going to put the sanctions on the oligarchs because they control Putin, right? Here's what Biden is saying.
Starting tomorrow and continuing in the days ahead, we'll also impose sanctions on Russia's elites and their family members. They share in the corrupt gains of the Kremlin policies and should share in the pain as well. And because of Russia's actions, we've worked with Germany to ensure Nord Stream 2 will not, as I promised, will not move forward.
Jesus Christ. What a cuck. What a cuck Germany is. And not just Germany, but actually most of Europe. You know, that's the thing with the US. The US doesn't have allies, it has cucks. Okay? It has people that it dominates. So basically, the United States has decided to end Nord Stream 2, and that's what this has always been about, right? This is one of the key reasons for this crisis. They want to isolate Russia from Europe. And this is also crucial in order to maintain a NATO presence. Because, again, what was the point of NATO? Why was NATO created? Because the idea was we need to contain Russia, specifically the Soviet Union, right? The Soviet Union is a threat. We need to stop it from invading, right? And the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. So we need to keep painting Russia as some kind of aggressor, someone who's violent, someone who's out of control. And that way you can still justify NATO, right? Because when people are scratching their heads and saying, well, hold on, why are there 38 goddamn thousand US troops in Germany? What are they doing there? Right? In these bases like Rammstein. And then you have all these other missile systems and bases all over Europe. Well, what's the point if there's no Soviet Union? Oh, well, here's the point. You see, Russia is very aggressive and it's violating Ukraine's territorial integrity and all this and all that. But in regards to energy, there's another benefit for the US because they want to sell their liquid natural gas, right? Liquefied natural gas, which is LNG, to Europe. Now, again, you don't need to be a rocket scientist or specifically an economist to understand why this is not very feasible, right? The pipeline between Russia and Germany it makes perfect sense, right? But bringing in barrels and barrels of liquefied natural gas from the U.S. is not only impractical, it's way more expensive, right? It's leagues more expensive. So the only party that benefits from this is the United States, right? They get to isolate Russia. They get to sabotage the economic project for Russia. They get to paint Russia as an aggressor. They prevent Russia from growing closer to Europe and to Germany. And then they also get to sell their own gas to Europe. And, I mean, you know, typical bullshit. There's always something about resources in there, isn't there? There's always something about resources. And you shouldn't underestimate the power of natural resources and the imperialists' drive, to chase after them and to do whatever it takes in order to control them or exclude others and monopolize the market. Don't underestimate that. You know, there was a plan for a pipeline between Qatar and Turkey. And this pipeline, incidentally, where does it have to pass through? Syria. And Syria said no, because by allowing this pipeline, it would undermine Russia's market share in Europe, right? And that, it's not the only reason for the war in Syria, but many people suspect it's one reason. It's one of the main reasons. I don't think it's the only reason, but it's one of them. I wouldn't be surprised. And you can see how important it is, the conflicts that it creates, right? Now, this is bad for Germany, man. I can tell you something. Germans and Europe in general, they are having, there's a fuel crisis and energy crisis. What do you think is going to happen to Germany when there's no more gas coming in from Russia, this much needed gas? What do you think is going to happen? They're going to freeze. So, Germans are basically ready to freeze to please NATO. Fuck NATO. This shows you the degrading status that U.S. allies have. Like, they're going to screw you, Germans or whoever else it is, right? Out of your own, out of your own basic needs, and your ability to provide for your people, so they can appease the State Department and the goons, the ghouls, and all of these warmongers in the fucking White House and in the other corporations, in corporate America and the multinationals. Like that's the level to which they degrade their own allies. It's really disgusting. It's really disgusting. And the fact that Europeans allow this to go on, it's unreal. The United States is manufacturing a crisis in Europe. And who's going to pay for it? It's not the U.S. If there's a war, the U.S. is not going to pay for that war. It's far, far, far away from its lands, right? And it's Europeans who are going to pay for that. Again, I'm not trying to say that there's necessarily going to be a war, but according to them, right, they're ready to start a war and everything. You're not going to be the ones paying for it. And when there's no more gas coming into Germany from Russia, it's Germans who are going to pay the price. Europeans are going to pay the price, not like literally for more expensive gas, but also figuratively because they won't have enough to meet their energy needs. Now, I just want to be very clear. This doesn't mean the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is completely canceled. It could potentially be. I'm just speculating here. But for the moment, it's postponed, right? It's been put on pause. So who knows what would happen? They might keep it like that forever. And you need to understand that that's actually a possibility, because if you've ever been to Berlin, if you've ever been to Germany, you know of the brand new state-of-the-art airport that they've built in Berlin that has been lying there for, I think it's over 10 years now, unused because of some, ridiculous legal battle. They have a brand new airport. It's supposed to replace Tegel and the TXL. And that one is like a cardboard box that can barely handle any traffic. And there's a state-of-the-art airport that's just lying there because of bureaucracy and because of a legal battle. So don't underestimate this kind of stuff. Like, it could very well be that this goes on for years. Now, on the other hand, there was a few months ago in November 2021, they also had to pause the certification for Nord Stream 2, but then it went back and it was okay. But in this case, who knows how long the U.S. is going to apply pressure, because they claim that we're not going to interfere anymore. Biden said that. We're not going to oppose the pipeline, which again is like, who are you to oppose the pipeline? You're not German. You're not Russian. It's not your business. But that's what he said. Well, I don't see that that's, that's come true. I think it's the opposite. And you're seeing now that they are opposing the pipeline. Biden himself is standing next to the German chancellor and making him look like some gimp on a leash and just talking in front of him as if he's the chancellor. Right? The US president is talking as if he's the German chancellor and deciding for Germans how they're going to get their energy needs met. And you need to keep something in mind. I want to read you some statistics over here, because you need to understand that Germany's situation, they have no nuclear energy anymore, right? This is already since a couple of years ago. They abandoned it. And in 2011, right after Fukushima, the Bundestag, I said it in the American way, the Bundestag voted to exit from nuclear power and energy, right? Because of Fukushima. And then in 2022, the last German nuclear power plant was taken off the grid, okay? And Germany plans to phase out coal by 2038. So Germany needs to get its gas. It needs to get its energy from somewhere. And it didn't do all these things just for the sake of Russia or Nord Stream 2, but it does need Nord Stream 2. And keep something in mind. The Germans are the ones who approached Russia and asked for this pipeline, not the other way around. So it's not like Russia is coming in and trying to. I mean, Russia already has 40% of the market share. They're not hurting, But Germans are really going to be screwed. And it's again, who's behind this? The U.S. The U.S. pays nothing. But it's so important to understand here that the Ukraine crisis is not, Putin is some evil monster, some Machiavellian type who has nothing in his mind except world domination. That is a childish comic book, fucking brain-dead neoliberal analysis of what's happening. What is happening here is you have multiple factors. You have the NATO expansion, which threatens Russia's territory and Russia's security. It's a legitimate security concern that the United States would never tolerate. And you also have the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which is not just, of course it's good for Russia's economy, but it doesn't rely on that. I told you Russia is one of the biggest gas exporters in the world. They don't need Nord Stream 2 necessarily. This is going to hurt Germans much more. But the goal here is to make sure that Russia doesn't deepen ties with Germany, that Russia isn't close to Europe, because this pipeline would also benefit Europe, not just Germany, and to make sure that Russia is isolated. And that way, when you paint Russia as an aggressor, you can justify the NATO bases, which have been there for 3 decades after the fall of the Soviet Union, which it was created to counter in the first place. So again, they need to justify the NATO bases, the 38,000 troops in Germany alone, with something, right? And so this is solving several things for the foreign policy apparatus in the West, the NATO apparatus, the State Department apparatus. And it's quite dirty. It's really quite dirty, because they're never the ones who pay the price, are they? They're never the ones who pay the price. I feel like I'm forgetting something that I wanted to say. There's so many goddamn ideas and points that I had, but I mean, I'm just going to say that this idea that they're going to hit them with waves of sanctions, which is what's happening. You have one country after the other hitting Russia with sanctions now because of Putin recognizing LPR and DPR. I mean, first of all, they know that sanctions are not going to really hurt Putin or the oligarchs. That's not how it works. We know this. The civilians hurt the most. I'm not saying it's going to turn into Yemen or Syria. Obviously not. But the point is that, you know, they're basically creating this idea that Putin invaded Ukraine so they can justify the sanctions. And they can, most importantly, cancel Nord Stream 2. Do you understand that they've really accomplished the goal here, which is to get rid of this pipeline? And again, I could be wrong. Maybe in 1 week, Germany changes its mind. You can't know. But they're definitely happy about this. Absolutely. And the fact that Biden was saying before Putin invaded Ukraine that they were going to disable Nord Stream 2 if he does, it just shows you what the intentions are. And even Liz Truss, the foreign secretary, right? She's saying on Twitter, just straight up saying on Twitter that it's about the gas, right? It's all about the gas. I'm going to pull up her Twitter for you here. Here you go. Look what she says. Strong response from Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, in suspending Nord Stream 2. We must hold Russia responsible for their actions, which will be met with severe costs. Europe must reduce its dependence on Russian gas. You see? This is what it's all about in the end. It's all about money. It's all about resources. It's all about encircling Russia. And they're saying the quiet part out loud. You get it? They're saying the quiet part out loud. And you need to understand why this is important, because you're never going to hear this on the media. They have an agenda. Their goal is not to tell you the truth. Their goal is to sell the wars and to make all of this warmongering seem like it's normal, like it's sane. There's nothing sane about any of this. And I just want to laugh. I want you guys to laugh with me at these fucking clowns in the media who were yelling and screaming and yapping on for weeks and weeks about a Russian invasion with tanks, and there's 190,000 troops on the border. They have blood bags. There's tanks and columns of tanks. Where is it? Where is it? Once again, they're so full of shit. The corporate media and the US intelligence officials that keep feeding them this diarrhea. Look what losers they are. They're so untrustworthy. You can never trust anything they say. They're always fucking wrong. Whatever you think of Putin, whatever you think of what Russia did now, even if you want to call it an invasion, it's nothing to do with what they said was going to happen. It's nothing to do with that. It's completely different. They were making it sound like there's going to be an all-out war. There is no all-out war. As a matter of fact, I want to show you what was happening. You had people celebrating in Donbass when Putin recognized them as independent. Look at this. This is from Lenin Square in Donetsk. I mean, let me tell you something, man. The United States, when it invaded Iraq, it wanted to portray itself as a liberator, right? And you see all these propaganda videos, like they're throwing candy to children off of an Abrams tank or some APC, and they wanted to be greeted as liberators. They were not greeted as liberators. Sure, you maybe had like a tiny fraction of Iraqi society who thought of it that way. Certainly a lot in exile who didn't like Saddam. But the majority of people certainly did not take kindly to being, bombed. And so just remember this the next time they say that, Russia must respect, or anyone, whoever the villain is this time, whether it's Iran or whoever, XYZ must respect the territorial integrity. Yeah, okay, sure. But who are you to talk about this? You have no moral high ground, you motherfuckers. Look at what you did to half the Middle East. Half the Middle East is on fire, and the other half is bought, right? They destroyed Africa. They destroyed Latin America. All of these borders that you look at when you look at the globe, they're drawn by European colonizers, right? France, Britain, the Spaniards, all of these powers who conquered, who colonized, who killed, who raped, who murdered. And then they rewrite the history books to make themselves look grandiose and like their empires were some force for good. Fuck you, man. You have no respect for people's sovereignty. You have no respect for people's territorial integrity. No respect at all. You are the last people on earth, the last two countries on earth to talk about territorial integrity are the UK and the US. The last on earth. They have no credibility whatsoever. Whatsoever. You know, when they're telling Germany you can't have gas from Russia, that's not disrespecting their country and their right to self-determination. The hypocrisy is unfucking believable. We have 680 people watching. Very good. Very good. Make sure you've hit the like button. And one more time, I'm going to show you guys how much we're at. I think it must be over 386, but we're very close to hitting our membership goal. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would support the show for as little as $1 a month or $2 a month. You can put in whatever amount you like. It really goes a long way, and it helps us to keep the channel going. Here, I'll put the thing on the screen. You can donate for just $2 a month, whatever you like, and it helps me to do my work, and I'm very grateful for all of you guys who are supporting the show on a monthly basis. I couldn't do this without you. Again, I don't like plugging the show. I just want to focus on politics, but and we have much more to cover in a second. But anyway, Pablo says, don't be a bunch of freeloaders. Hit the like button. Yes, exactly. So Marvin says, Richard, will you accept shekels? Somebody actually sent me shekels once on PayPal, and I was like, what do I do with this? I think it must have been someone Palestinian who's living in Israel, in occupied Palestine. So, you know. Charlie says, you're the beast with the receipts. Thank you for your work, brother. Be well. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. We have a lot more to cover, which I'm going to get to in a second. So give me a moment. Did you guys watch Putin's speech? Did you watch it? It was something. Again, it's 1 hour and it happened less than a day ago. I don't think there's been a full translation of it. But that part where he's telling them that you want to decommunize Russia, I'm going to show you what that is. I mean, that was really something. Here, take a look at this again. I just want to play it to you again.
Большевистской политики и возникла советская Украина, которую и в наши дни можно с полным основанием назвать Украина имени Владимира Ильича Ленина. Он ее автор и архитектор. Это целиком и полностью подтверждается архивными документами, включая жесткие ленинские директивы по Донбассу, которые буквально втиснули в состав Украины. А сейчас благодарные потомки посносили на Украине памятники Ленину. Это у них декоммунизация называется. Вы хотите декоммунизации? Ну что же, нас это вполне устраивает. Но не нужно, что называется, останавливаться на полпути. Мы готовы показать вам, что значит для Украины настоящая декоммунизация.
Oh man. Oh man. It's really funny listening to liberals because every single thing that happens in the world, they want to blame on Putin, right? They're basically admitting or you know, they're painting a picture of him that says like he's the most intelligent person in the world. He's a mastermind. He has so much time, and he has so much time on his hands, and such an uncanny ability that he can penetrate the White House. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, they're basically portraying him as a superhero. Are they doing that on purpose? I wonder. It's so stupid. It's really so stupid. So. Give me a second, guys. I'm just going to read your super chats, and then we'll move on to the next segment. I'm very excited to keep going with the live stream with you. So we have a super chat over here from Mr. or Mrs. It's loading. Give me a second. We have one over here from Dino. Dino says, it's been so wonderful watching your channel grow. Keep speaking truth to power, solidarity. I appreciate that very much. I think we're just about to hit 44,000 subscribers, something incredible. I mean, it was like 2,000 last year. You know, thank you guys so much. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe. Although I gather most of you already are. So that's wonderful. Oh, that's great. We have several people who joined on Patreon. Thank you so much to Mindau Gus. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. I hope I'm not butchering it. And we have Fritz, who's also joined. Thank you guys so much. The tradition we have on the channel is every time someone joins on Patreon, I play a crab dance. So this one is for you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the show.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Oh man, that's incredible. That's incredible. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best. I really appreciate it. How many members away are we right now? I think we need to update. We need to update the graph right now. Again, you guys can support my work for as little as $1 or €1 a month, and I really appreciate it. We're almost at the goal. We want to hit 400 subscribers. We're at 388 now, so I think there's 12 left, right? 12 people left. Let me double check over here. No, it's 10 people left. We're at 390. Look at that. 10 people left, and we're gonna hit the goal. So please make sure you subscribe. Again, I don't like doing this the whole the YouTube bit. I want to focus on the politics, but I really appreciate it, and I also want to play crab dances. Maddie says thank you. We'll be supporting your Patreon after the stream. I appreciate that very much. And Peg sent me a lovely sticker. We also have a super chat here from Rip Serwin. It says NATO should be abolished. It only promotes war. I mean, just logically speaking, why does NATO still exist? You know, the idea was it needs to counter the Soviet Union and contain communism. Okay, well, the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. So what's the point of NATO? Especially when you're making people pay for it. Like, you know, it's a protection racket, basically. They don't get anything out of it. You know, multiple countries have said that they don't want to have this relationship where they're being forced to pay. And you remember what Trump did. Trump started pulling troops out of Germany, U.S. troops, because he was angry that they weren't paying their fair share, you know, which is incredible. I mean, it's a protection racket. It's just like the mob. It's just like the mafia. It's exactly what the mafia do. So, I mean, we got another super chat here from Macarius, I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, says, commenting on a liberal elite's Twitter feed against imperialism breaks the brains of their followers. They don't see U.S. imperialism as imperialism. Yeah, of course. You know, that's the thing. The only response that they have is then, oh, you work for RT? What? No, answer what I said. Answer what I said. Address the argument, you fucking coward. And, you know, that's so ridiculous. These people are former New York Times or you know, CNN, whatever, BBC. These are outlets that start wars. You know, you can make as many criticisms as you want about, you know, Iranian or Russian channels. At least they don't start fucking wars, and they don't have a corporate incentive to start wars. And they're doing real fucking journalism compared to you hacks, and you know that. They know this, right? I mean, I basically have 4 jobs. I'm doing the YouTube, you know, Press TV, RT, El Mayadeen, and they, of course, that doesn't fit their narrative, right? You can clearly see We're in tens of thousands of subscribers here. I'm very grateful to you. But they don't focus on that, right? They don't want to admit that it's independent journalism. So they go, oh, you did something for RT, Putin puppet. That's all they have. They do this with everyone. And by the way, I was thinking of this before in the past. I was like, I was pondering, if I had always only done YouTube, people would still say that, right? Like if you say something that liberals don't like you said, it breaks their brains. You don't necessarily have to have any sort of relationship at all, like zero relationship with an evil country like Syria or Iran or North Korea or Russia. They're still going to come and call you like a foreign agent or something, because that's their MO. That's how they operate. They don't have any actual brains. They don't know how to answer any arguments. So they only resort to personal attacks. That's how banal, that's how stupid they are. So thank you to Taro Man for the lovely sticker, and I appreciate it very much. We also got another one here from Naz. Naz says, I worry about how this conflict will affect countries in the Middle East, since Ukraine is a wheat supplier in that region. I mean, that's a very good point, because the first relation that I thought about is the pipeline in Syria, because I just wanted to make a point earlier about how these things are related to the Middle East. You know, Syria refused that pipeline from Qatar to Turkey because it would undermine Russia's market share, right? And Syria is paying a price for that. But it's not the only reason. It's certainly not the only reason. It's just one thing. And now, of course, you're seeing another dispute over pipelines. So that's the only thing I wanted to say. But my point was, your point with the wheat. People were saying that these sanctions against Russia are going to destroy Russia's economy. They're not going to survive. I mean, come on. Again, this is the American exceptionalism speaking. You know, they think that if they do something, it's going to be, it's going to come true, and everyone else has to bend the knee and suffer. I mean, that's ridiculous. Russia, first of all, it's not only a gas exporter or refined fuels. It's also a big exporter of grains, right? And also it has complex, nuclear parts and other parts. So it has a very diversified portfolio, shall we say. It has a very broad range of things that it can export. And assuming that just by sanctioning Russia, you're going to bring its economy to a standstill, this is arrogance. This is arrogance, because it's showing once again that you think you can bully people around and that they're going to be forced and coerced into accepting your positions. It's not how it works on the international arena. It doesn't work that way. XX Sauron says, my support to your hard work. Thank you. I appreciate it. We have another super chat here from DC. It says, the Catholic Church has a far greater body and kill count than the Russian Federation could ever dream of. Well, I haven't sat down to count it, but if you're talking about the Crusades as one example, which again, I think this really shows you how you have religion. It's another example of how religion is hijacked for political goals. The Crusades and the popes and the so-called Christians who are launching this, they're not, they're not actually religious, and they don't actually even care about Christians, because once they got to Jerusalem, they killed everyone, including Christians. So, this, we're going to liberate the Holy Land is a bunch of bullshit. There's nothing holy about anything that they're doing. But that's just, I'm going off on a tangent. I think it's important to say that, because we have that today, where you have a lot of these terrorist groups who hijack Islam, or Israel hijacking Judaism. It's all political, and they have the same backers. Very interesting, right? Muhammad Nasser says, Richard, you should upload your videos to Rumble. Google and Twitter continue to censor independent journalists. Keep up the great work, Habibi. Thank you so much, Habibi. I've thought about it. You guys told me about Rumble before, but I've never used it, and I need to actually talk. Hold on. I'm going to ask Claudia if we can do that. There's nothing to lose. It's free, right? It doesn't cost anything, I imagine. So I've always told you guys to make an account on Rockfin, because I understand they demonetized my channel once, and it's important to have a backup. So I'm going to say it now. rokfin.com/RichardMedhurst. It's like YouTube. It's free. Make an account just in case they mess with my YouTube again, because you never know. They're constantly demonetizing people. They're constantly shadow banning them. So we have to make sure that we're ahead of it, and we have a contingency plan. And if Rumble or Rockfin is a backup, then, you know, all the better. So that's great. We are 8 people away from the goal, 392. I'm really humbled, guys. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Thank you, Mehdi. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Yago. You guys are the best. Thank you, all of you. I'm going to play you a crab dance right now. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Oh man, I love that Hillary Clinton, you know, someone tried to throw a shoe at her. It's like something out of a movie. It's like whizzing past her, you know. Oh man. That I relate so much to that phrase that he said, you know. Why, by Allah, you people are dogs. It sounds much better in Arabic though. Wallahi antu klab saraha. You know? Wallahi antu klab saraha. It's so much better. I think you guys know that if you try to translate an insult into another language, but they still sound good. Anyway, guys, I'm so happy because we're only 6 members away. I didn't expect that. You guys are really, really the best. 6 members away, and we're going to hit the goal on Patreon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't want to talk only about this, so I'm going to read your super chats as well. I'm just refreshing here. Anna says, thank you for saying the truth. Long live DPR. Long live LPR. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to be very careful about that. Like, I didn't say anything until I finished laying out the points of both sides, right? Which is how I always do it. But you have a lot of emotions in this, right? You have a lot of people who are basically saying that, you know, Russia is basically, it's an imperialist nation. I mean, look, maybe once upon a time, but it has 20 bases around the world. It's not exactly comparable to the US. Like, the funniest part is that it's coming out of the mouths of actual imperialists, which makes it, you know, it doesn't sound credible at all. And, you know, I think this is a very interesting point in legal international terms, because both the US and the Russians are citing international law and saying our position is right. But let me give you another example. If you look at how Israel bombs Syria every week, okay? Again, I'm going to lay this out for you. Right now, what's happening in Ukraine, you have Russia saying that it can recognize the Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic because it's a principle of self-determination under international law, right? They voted on this. They had a referendum, and not only that, Ukraine is violating the Minsk agreement, and it's failing not only to give these regions, these Donetsk and Luhansk, a separate special status, but also it's treating the population there like they're not Ukrainian. You know, it's committing genocide against the Russian-speaking. And then at the same time, on the other side, the US, NATO are saying that, well, what Russia is doing by recognizing LPR and DPR as sovereign or independent is a violation of the UN Charter, specifically Article 2, Paragraph 4, which is, you know, about respecting the territorial integrity and sovereignty of other member states. And so, okay, you've laid out your arguments, and both of them sound relatively sound, no pun intended, in legal terms. But let me give you another example. When Joe Biden bombed Syria, and he bombed these Iranian militias, right, at the beginning of his term, he has to write a letter to Congress, right? Because under the War Powers Resolution 1973, after they discovered that Nixon was bombing Cambodia and Laos behind their backs, he was doing more than just Vietnam, they created the War Powers Resolution to make sure that the president has to notify Congress, the U.S. president must notify Congress within 48 hours of military action, and it can only be done in self-defense, and then Congress can reauthorize the troop deployment or whatever it is after 60 days, right? So it's like checks and balances. He has to go and tell Congress what he's doing. He can't just bomb countries behind their backs, even though he's the commander-in-chief. Now, Joe Biden, under his obligation, he went and tells Congress that he's using his right under international law to defend the United States. So he cites Article 51 under the UN Charter. And you read that and you look at that and say, yeah, that sounds correct, but you're defending yourself in Syria from Iranians. What? And so you see how they abuse international law. They make the argument and they'll cite, a very specific argument, but it doesn't make sense. And they do this all the time. If you look at also Israel bombing Syria every week, Israel doesn't officially acknowledge that it's bombing Syria every week. It has, in some cases, said that it's done it hundreds of times. But the idea, the underlying premise that they have is that they're defending themselves, which again is ridiculous because Israel is occupying Syria's Golan Heights, not the other way around. Syria is not occupying Palestine. The Israelis are occupying Palestine. And the Israelis claim that the Iranians and Hezbollah are in Syria and that poses a threat to them. Again, it's the other way around, but I'm just telling you what they say. And then they also cite the UN Charter and say that this is self-defense. But again, this is an abuse of international law because it's no different from what Bush is doing with the preemptive strikes. The Bush doctrine is that, well, we better hit you before you hit us, right? The idea of preemptive strikes, and that's what they use with Iraq. Saddam is going to use weapons. He hasn't used them yet, except in the 80s when we gave them to him. But the idea was he hasn't used them yet in 2003, but we're going to go after him before he has the chance to use them. And that's how they justify this crap. So they abuse international law. They abuse it, and they make ridiculous arguments. I mean, the UN did not accept the war on Iraq. And as a matter of fact, even if it had, does that make it just? Look at the UN sanctions, the UN and US sanctions that starved hundreds of thousands of Iraqi children. This is barbarian. This is barbaric. And so they abuse international law. And again, I'm not drawing a total comparison between what's happening in Ukraine and what I'm just mentioned in Syria, or whether it's the U.S. bombing Syria or Israel bombing Syria. But I thought it's worth mentioning that even though they come up with these justifications, it doesn't mean that they're actually accepted. I can tell you, for example, when Trump assassinated General Soleimani, he cited the AUMF of 2002, which was used to invade Iraq. Again, that's in the U.S. that it makes sense. It doesn't mean that it's legal outside. No one recognizes your AUMF. But then also he cited the self-defense under international law. And the UN, Agnès Callamard, she's now Secretary General of Amnesty, but she's also the Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial assassinations for the UN. And she straight up said that this is an abuse of international law. There was no self-defense in this case. It's a lie. Right? They made up this whole thing that he's endangering American lives. There's no evidence for that. They're abusing the UN Charter. They're abusing international laws to behave like gangsters, right? And it's not being accepted. So always pay attention to that, right? They create this system of the UN. They have all these nice conventions and treaties, but are they respecting them? No, they're not. So, Rip Sir Win says the USSR applied to be in NATO in 1954 and was rejected. A year later, they made the Warsaw Pact in 55, and that's also dissolved. Once again, it just shows you there's absolutely no need for NATO. The thing is, people get shocked when you say NATO should be dissolved. No, don't be shocked at someone saying NATO should be dissolved. Be shocked at what NATO is doing. Be shocked at what they did in Libya. As much dirt as they say about Gaddafi, as much as they insult Gaddafi, he did some really great things for Libya. And this is a fact. He took this country from poverty to the richest country in Africa. He built up gold reserves. Do you know what countries do to have gold reserves? That's the best thing you can do, to have 144 tons of gold. And Hillary Clinton, in her emails, they knew about this. That's why they went after him. It's one of the reasons they went after him. But one of the things he did, and how it relates to NATO, let me explain, is that he built the Great Man-Made River. That's what it's called. The Great Man-Made Rivers. It's the world's largest irrigation project. And so, I mean, I need to show you this on a map. It's astronomical what he did, honestly. This level of irrigation, not just for people to drink, but also for farming, right? So this is one of Gaddafi's greatest accomplishments, the Great Man-Made River. Take a look at how big this thing is. It's absolutely incredible. Okay? So look how it extends all over the country. I mean, Libya is 90% desert, around 90% desert, and he irrigated the entire country. Isn't that phenomenal? How many people do that for their people? How many leaders do that for their people? Because they want to call him a dictator, and they want to say all sorts of things about him. Again, I'm not saying he's faultless, but this is definitely a good thing. And you know what NATO did? NATO bombed it. NATO committed a war crime. They bombed the Great Man-Made River. They bombed a section of it. Again, as you can see, it's enormous. And they put a section of it, I mean, they just destroyed it, right? And when you attack civilian or public infrastructure, like, an irrigation system, a dam, a power plant, whatever it is, anything that is providing service to the public, that provides infrastructure for the people, for the civilians, that is not military, that is a war crime. That is a war crime, what NATO did. And no one is held accountable for that. No one is held accountable for not just bombing civilian infrastructure, but all of the crimes that they did in general in Libya, in Syria. They just act like bullies. So what the fuck does bombing Libya's infrastructure and Libya's water system have to do with the Soviet fucking Union that doesn't exist? What does that have to do with it? Why does this exist, NATO? What is it doing except destroying countries? And then they want to come here and act like NATO is the victim and Russia is the aggressor. Man, get the fuck out of here. You've been encircling Russia with bases for 3 fucking decades. And not just Russia, by the way, but let's focus on NATO, right? You've been encircling Russia for decades, and now you're upset when it comes to this point. That's your fault. Russia said, stop allowing NATO troops to deploy next to our borders. Don't allow Ukraine in. You already have 5 NATO countries surrounding us. And they're like, fuck you. They tell Russia it's a non-starter. So who's refusing to engage in diplomacy here? Stop twisting the fucking narrative. That doesn't mean everything Russia's doing is right, but don't lie. Don't lie about the facts, about who is refusing to be diplomatic. So, give me a second. You guys have sent a lot of comments. I want to read them to you. Give me a second. I'm just trying to pull these up. We have one here from Tony Lin on CashApp, and they said, I appreciate your show. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the very large donation. You're most welcome, and thank you guys very much. I want to make sure I didn't miss any of the super chats, and of course, I will read all the other comments. I just want to get through to people who've been waiting, perhaps. I don't know if they're still tuned in, but thank you. Over here on YouTube, thank you, Gordon. I appreciate that, and I think I got all of them. Thank you guys very much. DC says, last night the Russian UN ambassador, president of the UN Security Council, Vasily Nebenzia, repeatedly stated that Russia was not a party to the Minsk Accords. I mean, what am I supposed to say, man? What am I supposed to say? Marvin says, fear-mongering, moving war equipment, selling equipment means big money for war complex. It reaffirms NATO's value via fear. Absolutely. There's no question. I mean, I haven't talked much about what benefit this provides for the military-industrial complex. I think that's obvious, right? When the US and the UK are sending weapons to Ukraine, who is benefiting from that? Like, just use your brain for a second. Who is making money? They sent Ukraine $200 million worth of weapons. Or excuse me, let me verify that 1 second. It was either 20 or 200 million. One moment. I was writing about it in my episode just the other day, but I wanted to double check. I'm losing count with all of these nice packages they keep sending people, right? So, yeah, it's 200 million. For a moment, I was like, that's too much. It wasn't 200 million. No, it's 200 million. And this is back in January already, right? Yeah. So, fuck you. You can't have healthcare. Fuck you. You can't go to college. You pay for that shit. Fuck you. You break your leg. You have a minor medical emergency. Fuck you. Ukraine needs to get weapons, right? Wow. And I love how they tell you that, Biden is like the lesser of two evils. What the fuck does that even mean? What does that even mean, man? Can you point to one thing where it's better? One thing? Disgusting. It's nuts. It's really nuts. So going back to your point, they are making money from this, of course. They always make money from war. You had the CEO of Raytheon, yeah, it was Raytheon, the other day on a conference call. This is really funny when you have... I don't know why I'm always sitting forward. I should relax. It's always funny when you have people from, like a CEO of a corporation, when they have their donor call, they have a phone call with all of the donors and they want to impress them. They'll start bragging on the phone. And what the Raytheon CEO was saying, well, look, this crisis in Ukraine, this crisis in Yemen and Abu Dhabi, this is good for business. It's so disgusting. I talked about it before, but it shows you who these people are. They love turmoil. They love disaster. They love chaos, cataclysm. It's always good for business because their business is killing people, right? So I'm just going to read your comments a second. JB Productions is asking me, Richard, how do I convince my anti-Assad friends that he isn't an evil guy? Well, I wouldn't start there. Let me explain something very simply. The idea is not, is Bashar al-Assad an angel or the devil? The idea is that it's not your fucking business to come in and start cooing and overthrowing a government. And when I mean it's not your business, I'm talking to Turkey, Israel, the United States, the UK, the EU, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, all of these people, right? All of these countries and parties and organizations that have come in to destroy Syria, right? That's the number one focus here. It's not your fucking business. It's between Syrians. Syrians decide this. Syrians will make their own mind up. And you have to respect the will of the people, right? We're not, again, you have people who are then like, they won't get it. I mean, you have enough issues arguing with Syrians and Syrians, like, interfighting without foreigners and devilish corporations, big oil, the military-industrial complex coming in and interfering. We don't need more, disaster in Syria thanks to you guys. It's already an issue, with Syria. And you have to respect the will of the people. That's the number one point. Now, when you say evil, what does that mean, evil? In what regard? Because when I look at the war on Syria in the last 10 years, and because that's what a lot of people focus on. They say, well, look, the Syrian army did this, the Syrian army did that. You need to understand something, first of all. A lot of this stuff is not even real. So before we can start actually criticizing, can we discern what is real and what is not? The gas attacks, for example, in Douma, you're going to bomb Syria like France and the UK and US did based on something that's a lie? I mean, what does that do to serve your cause? You're trying to tell me that this government has to go, but then you're making up WMD attacks to justify, NATO strikes. What is that? How does that fix anything? How the hell are you supposed to make valid, substantive critiques and you don't even know what's real, right? So there's a lot of disinformation. There's a lot of lying that makes it impossible to know what actually happened and what didn't happen. Now, if you want to talk about before the war, I think there are several substantive critiques you can make. One thing that I would say, for example, is nepotism. That's a big issue, and it's not just something with Syria, but his cousin, right, Bashar al-Assad's cousin, Rami Makhlouf. I mean, it's well known that he owned a large chunk of the economy. Is that okay? He owned one of the big phone companies. Which one was it? MTN or Syriatel? I can't remember which one. I think it might have been. I'm not going to say, but you have two big phone companies in Syria. That's just one example of what he owned, and he's a billionaire. And then there was a little scandal, I think 2 years ago, where Bashar al-Assad tried taxing him, like his cousin or something like that, and then he was posting something on Facebook about it. I don't remember. But that's one thing. Like, that's a real fucking critique that you can make, right? Like, why is your cousin controlling such a huge block of the economy? That's not okay. But do we have to go and start talking about chemical gas attacks? Fuck you. You're making this NATO bullshit up. Do you see the problem here? And then, of course, you have you have issues with how some people say that they were treated with during protests and things like that. And okay, well, the problem is, I can just give you an example from Professor Max Abrams when he was talking about the Taliban. Just as an example, in Afghanistan, the lower level Taliban, meaning the guys who are not the leadership, the guys at the bottom, the fighters in the street and so on, were not doing what the leadership was talking about, right? So they were more violent than the official rules that they had set out. They actually had rules and a code for this, right? What you should do with foreigners, all of this sorts of stuff, like how you should behave towards the people. And that was a problem. So, again, if you want to come and say that, okay, well, in this place, the police acted like this in Syria, over there they did that. Okay, I mean, you could say that there hasn't been enough discipline. They haven't actually made sure that all of the authorities, the armed forces, or whether it's the police, are behaving properly. Yeah, okay, that's a critique you can make, but it doesn't mean you have to overthrow the government. I'm just going to give you an example. The stuff that's happening in Canada now with Justin Trudeau, the crackdown. Like, I think a lot of people would look at that and say that that's not okay. Or last year with the George Floyd protests, right? A lot of people would look at how the American police treated the population and say that's unacceptable. But how would you feel if Syria started sending weapons to people to overthrow the government? It doesn't make the treatment by the police okay, but you're taking it to like a next fucking level here. And that's what they've been doing in Syria. They've been taking advantage of perhaps very legitimate grievances that people had, and not only infecting the movements, but also trying to spur them on. So, I mean, you certainly had, I don't doubt that you certainly had a group of Syrians who were not violent, who were not terrorists, and who really legitimately wanted to make the country better. But what happens? You have groups like Al-Qaeda, like ISIS, that are financed by the West, by Qatar, by Saudi Arabia, who co-opt, and actually not just co-opt, they straight up murder the other groups. This is real. It's like gang warfare. You would have ISIS killing other armed groups to take their territory, and so on. And then you end up with people going from one group to the other. And it's like, oh, these freedom fighters are mixed with these moderate rebels, are mixed with Al-Qaeda, and then there is no supposed legitimate opposition. It's just a bunch of foreign-backed lunatics. That's what you end up with, right? So, I don't know, man. The whole premise of this war on Syria is dirty. It's very dirty. And you need to understand the reasons behind it. The reason they're doing this is not because Bashar al-Assad is particularly evil or worse than, other world leaders. Bashar al-Assad is the legitimate president of Syria, whether you like it or not. This is a fact. And he's been voted in multiple times. And, people can laugh as much as they want about the election, say, oh, they're rigged. No, they're not. They're legitimate. You got to understand something. This guy has been president now during a war for 10 years. You think that he could hold on to power for 10 years when Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United States, the UK, France, the EU are all trying to overthrow him with Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Are you fucking serious? Is he Superman? You can't hold on to power in that situation, especially without having the people behind you. It's not possible. That's fantasy. So, let that be an indication of what kind of support there is in Syria. So yeah, you might have people who are really, they hate the government. You have that in every country. Does that mean these people should be given weapons and start, turning the country into what it is now? Like, I don't think people understand. I don't think even I understand how bad the damage is. It's really fucked up. And more than half, the majority of the things they say about the government are fake. It's fake. The propaganda campaigns that they launch against other countries. You know how it is. The UK Foreign Office, the United States, they have entire media programs set up on doing anti-Syria propaganda. Right? I talked about this before here on here with you. Incostrat, ARC, all of these various groups, these fronts that they set up. So what are you going to believe? Half the shit, most of the shit you're seeing on the media is not true. And again, it doesn't mean the country is perfect, but it doesn't justify the war on Syria. It doesn't justify that at all. This is a gross violation of Syria's sovereignty, and look what it's done to the people. You have half the population displaced. Again, it's like with Iraq. Like, yes, Saddam Hussein, I think he was arguably much worse if we're going to compare. But, the point is not whether you like Saddam Hussein. The point is, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck do you think you're doing trying to save Iraq from Saddam Hussein when you turn it into this? Like, look what you did. That's way worse than what it used to be, right? Way, way, way worse. It's not even comparable. So who's evil now? Like, when you look at the state of Iraq and all the violence it went through, it's way, way, way worse. It doesn't mean it was perfect before, but you're talking about, oh, he's evil and this one's evil, that guy's evil, we have to get rid of them, and then you make even bigger shit than what was there before. This is ridiculous. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. I don't know if I went off on a couple of tangents, but I hope that answers your question. Again, the number one thing for me is sovereignty. I am so fucking sick of colonizers, neo-colonialism, imperialists coming and dictating to global south countries what they should do. It's not even a question of global south. Like, just look at Germany, for example. You have the US dictating to Germany what pipeline it can have, who it can be friends with, and these sorts of things. It's the principle. And so they come in to Syria and they want to choose who's going to be the president, and they go into Iraq and they choose who's the president. They put a puppet, right? It's not even like they actually legitimately give a better alternative, an ends that would justify the means. It wouldn't. It would never justify the means. But even then, even despite all the rhetoric of, oh, we're going to give you something better, there is nothing better. It's worse, actually. They want to dictate to global south countries. And I'm sick of that, because I was just showing you the map with Sykes-Picot. I was just showing you how they carved up Syria. I mean, how many times, like for how many centuries does Syria have to take orders from foreigners? You had 400 years of, I'm just going back a few centuries. Do you want me to go back to the Romans? But just the last centuries, you've had 400 years of Ottoman rule, then the French, then of course the Israelis have taken a chunk out of Syria, and you have the Americans now occupying. Fuck off. Just fuck off. It's enough. It's way too much. And nothing is better as a result of colonialism. Nothing. And the same can be said in Palestine, the same can be said in Egypt, the same can be said in Iraq, and so on. These countries in Africa as well, in Latin America, who have experienced the same, they know what I'm talking about. So it's not about, well, this guy's evil, so that it's okay then for, a dozen countries to come in and finance Al-Qaeda. Like, have you lost your mind? Listen to what you're saying. I need to drink something. I'm really thirsty. But guys, this is incredible. We are at 397. We're literally 3 people. We were at, 16, 15, and now we're at 3 people, 3 subscribers away from hitting the goal. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could support the show for just $1 a month. Even $1 is okay. And we could hit the goal tonight. That's amazing. Thank you guys so much. And I'm going to play a crab dance for those who just joined now. So we got Carrie, who just joined, Garrett, who just joined. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. We're 3 members away, and put your hands together for Carrie and Garrett. Thank you guys so much.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
I don't know what happened. I couldn't get back in, but I'm here. So don't fret. We have over 1,000 likes on the video. Isn't that incredible? World War III is popular. Now, I'm joking, but do you see how... Do you understand now why the media love war? It's lots of ratings. And I mean, it's not just that. The mainstream media are the mouthpiece, are the propaganda arm of the corporations. They don't just sell you war. They sell you... They convince you that it's okay to not have free college, you know, that it's somehow okay to not invest in the country's education. They convince you that it's okay to live without healthcare. It's very dirty. It's very subtle. I mean, sometimes not subtle on Fox and so on, but it's not just them. You can go and hear the same trash on MSNBC. It's really disgusting, right? They're just a propaganda arm for corporations. They're not here to educate you or teach you anything or benefit you whatsoever. Wow. So we have Robert who just joined, and Meat is not your name. It's What I've Been Thinking. I got confused by this long name, but thank you to Mark and What I've Been Thinking. I think we are one member away. You guys are the best. One member away. I don't know who's going to be lucky number 400, but thank you. And I want to read some of your comments, guys. Solgato says imperialism is fascism. I mean, there are certainly common traits, aren't there? Certainly. I think it's very interesting looking at how liberalism is connected to fascism. You know, they really go hand in hand. Look at, I'm not talking about Canada only. I'm talking about the democratic / neoliberal establishment in the US, but it's really a global thing. You know, if you go look at Boris Johnson, Trudeau, Biden, they're all liberals. And I think George Galloway was saying that the other day, right? And it's not just them, it's the so-called opposition as well. Keir Starmer, a liberal. And they are really true servants of the multinationals, of the corporations. And they are not there to serve the people. They're absolutely vile. They call themselves public servants. They're not public servants at all. We have a donation here on PayPal from, I think it's Sean. Hold on, it's loading. 1 second. Yeah, it's from Sean. It says, thanks for the content. You're most welcome, Sean. Thank you for supporting the show. I couldn't do this without you guys, and I'm really humbled. I'm very grateful for all of your support. I hope I didn't miss anyone. This is from Frederic. Frederic says, little support. Thanks for your work. I learned a lot thanks to your videos. That's always the best thing to hear. That people are learning something. That is my favorite compliment or comment or feedback. I really appreciate it so much. Obviously, wow. You guys cut me off in the middle of my sentence. We actually did it. You guys did it. We hit 400 subscribers on Patreon. Thank you guys so much. Arash, RJ is number 400. But again, guys, give me a good crab dance in the comments for Arash, Robert, and what I've been thinking. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. I can't believe we're at 400. Thank you so much.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Wow. I'm going to do a little depke when we update the crab dance. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best. I remember not even 2 years ago, like a year and a half ago, when I think it was like 20 people or something. And even in the live streams, right? And now it's hundreds, it's thousands of you. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. And I couldn't do this without you. Thank you for keeping independent media independent. And not just supporting me, but everyone else who's fighting the good fight, as they say, if I may say. So thank you. That's really great. Wow, I don't even know what to say. You guys distracted me. I was trying to go back to the politics, but the idea was that every milestone. So, for example, now we're at 400, or 450 or 500. We add something new to the crab dance. I love it. Honestly, that stuff cracks me up. It really does. You saw that clip just now of Biden where he's like shaking Ed O'Keefe and he's going, he was going like, why, and yelling in his face. Do you guys remember how crazy the primary was, the Democratic primary? I hate it. Honestly, I hate it. I was actually thinking to myself, do I have to cover this next, like in 2 years? I don't know if I have it in me to go through another election cycle. That was painful. That was fucking painful. I don't know how many of you who are watching now were there when we covered the US election, but that was painful to watch. Who knows? Maybe we'll have Hillary and Trump again, and Bernie Sanders running a third time to be cucked again. Who knows? You never know. Oh, God, it was terrible. Thank you, Pablo. I see your comment. You're very kind. Thank you very much. Wild Bill says it's wild times to say the least. Absolutely. Yeah. And speaking of Trump, one of you mentioned a comment. I think it was Thomas. He said, next should be Trump admitting to just being in the Middle East for oil. You mean in the crab dance? Okay, I think we should add that. We're taking the oil. We're keeping the oil. God, he's so loathsome, and I actually, you guys, hold on, I'm going to see if I can pull this up. There was an interview that Bashar al-Assad gave the Syrian president about, it was 2019. Yeah, so about 2 years ago. And he was asked about Trump, I think. And he said something along the lines of, hold on, let me pull this up for you. I'll just try and play the clip for you because it really speaks volumes. Well, I'll just tell you what he said. He basically said that he prefers Trump. Why does he prefer Trump? Because Trump is an honest enemy. He said that, like, he's an honest enemy. He says what he's doing. And that's why he's better than other American presidents. And do you know what the American media did? I think it was NBC at the time. They took it and said, like, oh, Bashar al-Assad praises Donald Trump. No, like, no, that's literally not what he's doing. He's saying he's still an enemy, but he is a bit more honest. And I mean, that's, I wouldn't exactly say it's a redeeming quality of Trump. It's just, he's an idiot and he has a loud mouth. And that's really why liberals hate him. It's not because he's fundamentally different from them. He says the quiet part out loud and exposes them. And that's why they got rid of him, because he talks too much. And it's like the oil, right? He doesn't say, oh, we're there to you know, protect Syria and give it democracy. He just says we're taking the oil. You know. And I gotta be honest. I don't know. I wasn't covering politics back then, but I remember watching the 2016 election. I watched all of the debates, and I remember seeing the one with Trump and with the Republicans. And what shocked me, I was shocked. You know, like I gotta be honest. Before 2016, I really know who Trump was. Like I think I really didn't know who he was, but he's coming in and saying all this crazy shit in the campaign trail. But then on the debate stage, when he was with Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio and all these whack jobs, he was like the only reasonable voice on something with Palestine. They asked him something about Israel. And then he was on some morning show and he said something about that the rebels in Syria are not moderates. They're Al-Qaeda. And I was shocked. Like, isn't this guy supposed to be stupid? Why is he saying the truth? And then, of course, he becomes president, and he's just like them. There's no difference. There's no difference, right? So any kind of like redeeming qualities people think that Trump had, they don't exist. Once push came to shove, he's just like them. There's really, you know, look what he did in the Middle East and other places. No different. Martin says support Syria, Iran, Lebanon, Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and all resistance nations. Amen. Amen. It's I gotta be honest, I really like seeing all of the resistance countries banding together. It's really nice. It doesn't mean that we're out of the woods yet. You know, we're still struggling in terms of sanctions in Syria or Venezuela. These countries are not, you know, they're not perfect. They're not doing completely well, but they're fighting and they're banding together. That's important. Hussein says love from Brazil. Thank you so much. Obrigado. Did I say that correctly? Thank you very much. They speak Portuguese in Brazil, not Spanish, unlike most people think. And if I'm not mistaken, obrigado is thank you in Portuguese. So thank you for that. Actually, I wanted to show you guys something about... it was quite heartbreaking, but I feel like we should still talk about it. First of all, I'm going to use the crab dance as an excuse to prepare the segment, but I wanted to say thank you to Beta and Ricky, and also, hold on, it's loading. Ricky and Diego, thank you guys so much. We're, I think, 403 now. Amazing. I'm so grateful. Thank you for supporting the show. Crab dance just for you guys.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
I mean, you guys really blew my expectations away. And let's get to the next segment. Thank you again for. I know I keep repeating that, but I'm grateful. Let's go on to the next segment. This is something that I wanted to talk about before if we had time, and we still do. So let's. I mean, I was gonna leave it for the next live stream, but let's do it now. So you guys know that the Israelis are ethnically cleansing the East Jerusalem district of Sheikh Jarrah. They're trying to kick out all these Palestinians from their homes, and you have protests every day. The the Israeli settlers, for example, set up a tent in a Palestinian family's house to provoke them because they're facing eviction. They're going to be evicted in a few weeks, and they put a tent there to laugh at them and mock them and dance in their yard. And the Israeli occupation forces are, of course, defending them, right? This is not just exclusive to Sheikh Jarrah, but all over occupied Palestine, wherever the settlers go, the Israeli occupation forces accompany them to protect them, right? So, for example, in Hebron, it's mostly Palestinians living there. You have a tiny percentage of settlers, but there's such a huge armed presence of Israeli forces to protect the settlers. And then what happens? They're just brutalizing the Palestinians. And I want to show you a clip from Sheikh Jarrah where the Israelis attacked someone with Down syndrome. I mean, it's just vile, honestly. Right? This is from Middle East Eye. They say, Israeli assault on Palestinian with Down syndrome. His name is Muhammad al-Ajluni, 25, and he was taken to hospital after Israeli forces, after Israelis forcefully tried to detain him in East Jerusalem. This is the clip. I mean, that is just vile, honestly. What am I supposed to say? Every single day, the Israelis, they sink to a new level, right? Every single day, they sink lower and lower. And if you think that this is the first time that they do this, I mean, Down syndrome or not, you can see how brutal they are. But the fact that they have so much contempt or at best, so much disregard for people with Down syndrome or who have any sort of other disability or condition is really disgusting. And I wanted to remind you that Muhammad here is not the only case. In 2020, Iyad al-Halla, I'm going to put up his picture again for you. He has autism, okay? He was 32 years old, and he lives in Jerusalem. And and they shot him dead. They executed him. So he was going to a special needs school, and they thought that he had like a knife in his hand. They said he has a knife in his hand. It turns out they were just gloves. So he goes to a special needs school every single day, the same place, and they claimed that he had a knife in his hand, and he started running. And they chased him, and they had to kill him because he's a terrorist. I mean, the guy does not understand what you're asking him. That's why he got scared and why he ran. His mother said that he had the mental age of like a 6 or a 7-year-old. So they're barking orders at him or whatever, and he got scared and he ran. And so while he's running, they shot him in the leg. They wounded him, and then he hid in a garbage. Like a tiny corner, a tiny alley where they had dumpsters, and then they came there to where he was on the ground, and his teacher from the special needs school was trying to explain that he has autism and he doesn't understand what they want from him, and he's not holding anything, he doesn't have a weapon, and they ignored her and then shot him in the chest with an M16 3 times, and then to add insult to injury, they sent the Shin Bet, which is like the Israeli FBI, to fucking raid his parents' house, like as if they were gonna like find some dirt on him or something, because they're trying to cover it up. Like they just executed someone with autism for no reason, and so they thought that they would find something incriminating in his parents' house. There was nothing, of course, I mean, it's so disgusting, right? Like what they did. It is so vile. And this happened literally the same week, just a few days before George Floyd was killed, and you had these kinds of posters in the street, like this one, no justice, no peace, and it's written in Hebrew and Arabic, and that was really horrible. And they like I said, they raided his parents' house after they killed him. That's his mother, and they wouldn't give them the body actually for I think a day or two or something like that. They were keeping the body, and then what happened afterwards is they started an investigation in where they killed him, and the cameras don't work. How convenient! So the cameras, the CCTV cameras, like you need to understand in Jerusalem, they have their all over the place, right? Like there's several CCTV cameras, and they have 24/7 access to them for security purposes. And all of a sudden the cameras don't work. How convenient! And so of course the person who killed him is not IOF. I mean they're all IOF. The Israelis say this is the military with the olive uniforms, and this is the border police with gray uniforms. It's the same shit. I don't care what you call it. They're occupation forces. And no one is punished, right? Like they launched an investigation, and nothing has happened at all. No one is punished for this. They just casually murder someone with autism who is autistic. And that's it. Like he's a terrorist. What? What do you? It's really disgusting. It's really heartbreaking. I just saw last year. I remember when because I did multiple videos on this. Maybe some of you have heard me tell this story multiple times, but I really think it's messed up. And they say again, I talked about this where they charged the border police officer, the guy who killed him, but it usually never ends up with a conviction, right? So it doesn't mean anything, and I haven't seen any update since at all. I haven't seen any update since then, and it probably won't go anywhere because the Israelis regularly kill Palestinians and they don't get punished for it. Of course not. So when I see this happening right here to Iyad, or I see this happening over here to Muhammad, I mean, this is like so typical. Like I'm not even surprised anymore. I'm just disgusted. There's nothing that they won't do, right? Like disabled, not disabled, autistic, not autistic, young, old, sick, healthy, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like they're going to treat you like dirt, and they will kill you and brutalize you. It means nothing, and there's no consequences for them. And this is the kind of shit that people like Ilhan Omar pay for. Who pretend that they're against Israel, and then when it comes to voting for the package to send the billions, they vote yes. Wow. You people are funny, right? You so-called progressives. Very progressive of you. They just, it's all blah, blah, right? Like, you can't be in Congress and not end up being co-opted. Like, it doesn't work that way. But Ilhan Omar or not, regardless, it's a question of Democrats and Republicans, both of them. They all support this, right? Obama is the one who passed this $38 billion over 10 years for Israel in 2016, and it's still ongoing until 2026, and then they'll have another package which will be even bigger than the last, and it goes on and on and on, right? So this is the kind of brutality that they finance, from airstrikes to killing people who are, killing autistic people or beating people with Down syndrome. Like there's no level they won't stoop to. And I really wish this was the only case, but I actually made a thread on Twitter with several cases of guys who had of young Palestinian men or boys who had who were autistic or had Down syndrome who were killed, right? It's so terrible. Like I'm actually wondering if I'm allowed to talk on this about this on YouTube without them, demonetizing this or shadow banning me, which is the most important thing. But it's really much more than you think. And I've gone through the whole thread on the channel, so I'd appreciate it if you you watch the video to see what I'm talking about. Because this really deserves attention, like how they just brutalize the most vulnerable members of society, like with so much, so much disregard for them and their condition. Just complete disregard. And I swear to God, there's not 1 week that passes where they just kill someone. And it's usually young Palestinians, Every week, I feel like it's every week where they're killing or beating someone up. I constantly see every day. I constantly see on social media every week or in the news a new victim, a new person who's been killed. And just to prove my point, look at this today. Over here, they've killed a 14-year-old boy near Bethlehem. The Israelis killed a Palestinian boy near Bethlehem. And they say they shot him because he was throwing a Molotov cocktail. I mean, I don't even know whether to believe them or not, because with Iyad, they said he had a knife. And turns out he was holding his gloves or his phone or something. How can you believe these people? And I would add another thing. I would add something else, which is like, do you understand what they're saying here, what they're implying? They're basically saying, we are going to occupy you. We will decide your future. We will put your life in our hands. From one moment to the next, we can kill you. We can take away your house. Literally, right? They have complete power over you, but you're not allowed to resist. That's the message that they're sending here. Oh yeah, we killed a 14-year-old boy, but he had a Molotov cocktail. How dare he resist this illegal foreign military settler colonial occupation? He should shut the fuck up and accept our presence. That's what they're saying, right? Like, you have to shut the fuck up and tolerate being occupied by foreign aggressors. That's their message, right? It's disgusting. And again, half the time, I think, can you even trust them? It's kind of like, I draw parallels sometimes with what's happening in the U.S. They say some black guy had a gun, and it turns out like there was nothing. He was reaching for the glove box or something. They just make shit up. And they always say that they are the victims. Like the Israelis say that they're the victims. They were in danger. No, you are an occupying force. The people who are living under your rule are in danger, not the other way around. If you don't like it, then leave. Leave Palestine. Stop brutalizing the Palestinians. Let them have their country if you don't like it. You expect them to shut up and just tolerate this? No one would tolerate this. No one. So again, I'm sorry, I completely forgot to say his name and show you a picture. I apologize. I had two of the same story, two tabs open, and I showed you the wrong one. His name is Muhammad Shahade, I think. Here he is. So they killed him today. Every week, man. Every week. It's all the time. It's horrible. And then, of course, if you talk about it, you're anti-Semitic. They're so full of shit, man. I'm not even fazed by this. Like, it's just like, shut the fuck up. You're so boring. They make a mockery of the word, and they just want to shut everyone up. It doesn't even work. It's like people yelling, "Oh, you're a Russian agent." Shut the fuck up. You're so weak. You have nothing to answer to the. You have no argument, no response, no justification for your actions. So you resort to name calling and personal attacks and lies and smears. That's what they do because they're wrong. They know they're wrong. Let me just read your comments, guys. We have something over here from Faye T. Says, "Speak freely, we will support you." I think you're talking about what I said a moment ago, where YouTube would mess the video. Yeah, I mean, when I say demonetized, I don't care about the money. It's the problem is when they demonetize it, it implies that maybe you won't get a notification. It's certainly not recommended in the right hand side and so on. But I appreciate that so much, Faye. I'm grateful that you guys have my back. Thank you so much. Thank you. And that's the spirit. Like, that's what I want to hear. It's encouraging and emboldening in a good way. That's what they want, after all, right? It's so funny how they use the same tools. Like, it's if you criticize the occupation, you criticize the Democrats, the liberal establishment, they're going to come and censor you. And I've got to be honest, I don't think it's just exclusively something to do with, Democrats or something like that. The Bush administration, the neocons, started all this mass surveillance and expanding corporate power. And I mean, this has just been a gradual process in America, right? Over the years, under every president, it just gets worse and worse and worse. It's a continuation of, unfettered capitalism and imperialism. And so it's not exclusive. It wasn't invented in the United States, but it's a tool that is used by the Western liberal order. Whether it's in the US or otherwise, because you have to remember that a lot of this stuff gets exported, whether it's Russiagate, the censorship. If you look at Germany, for example, they have a lot of anti-BDS. Thankfully, they have a big BDS movement, a pro-Palestinian movement, but at the same time, it's one of the worst. It's not a good place to be a Palestinian activist, because they have so many people in government and the media who will like shit on you. It's really quite bad. It's really quite bad. But then again, you could say that in France as well. I wanted to tell you about someone very interesting, because don't take this as a full segment. We're just talking here. I will do a proper thing on that afterwards. But I wanted to tell you about someone, a political prisoner. Okay, because my mother was telling me about him over and over, and I get so drowned and overloaded in work that I'm happy I remembered to talk about him. So here you go. I want to tell you about a man named George Abdullah. Okay, so he's a Lebanese freedom fighter, a Lebanese resistance fighter, and he's Europe's longest political prisoner. Right. So I know I covered the Assange case, talk a lot about Assange, but on the topic of political prisoners, he is way up there. He's been in prison for 38 years. 38 years. Right? So they arrested him in France, and they accused him of having murdered an American diplomat and an Israeli diplomat. And they said that his passport was falsified, that he had a fake Algerian passport. And they gave him a life sentence. Right? They gave him a life sentence. This is his picture, by the way, just so you can see. And in France, the idea is that he could have had parole. And after 15 years, I think it was, he was eligible for parole. And guess what happened? He's still in prison right now. 9 times he's applied, and every single time they rejected it. And I want you to understand something, and I need to explain this for you, because you are totally, you are not going to be surprised when I tell you this. Why do you guys think that he's still in prison? Who do you think has been lobbying to make sure that he stays in prison? Because keep in mind, they could technically extradite him to Lebanon. They could technically extradite him to Algeria. Algeria said that the passport is not fake. Algeria said, we gave him this passport. I wouldn't be surprised, because Algeria is a strong, ardent, adamant supporter of the Palestinian resistance and the resistance in general, the Arab anti-Zionist, anti-imperialist resistance. And they could have extradited him there. They refuse. They want to keep him in, I think it's La Santé, the prison. But why do you think he's still in prison? You can't make this up. It's Hillary Clinton. So how do we know this? WikiLeaks. Isn't WikiLeaks beautiful? Isn't WikiLeaks marvelous? You can go back to these archives, which are like 10 years old, and still understand current political issues, right? So this is an email that Hillary Clinton wrote to the French, right? And she mentions George Abdullah, okay? And so she's saying that he was sentenced to life in prison in 87 for his involvement in the 1982 murders of a U.S. military attaché and an Israeli diplomat in Paris, and the 1984 attempted murder of the U.S. consul general in Strasbourg. And then they say that down here, they say, although the French government has no legal authority to overturn the Court of Appeal January 10 decision, we hope French diplomats might find another basis to challenge the decision's legality. So they are in this letter, I mean, in this email, Hillary Clinton is basically lobbying the French to make sure that these freedom fighters stay in prison. How unsurprising, how underwhelming. I mean, are you guys surprised? And the irony that it's because of WikiLeaks that we know this. Now you understand also why Assange is in prison, right? Now you understand why they want him in jail, because he helps expose things like this, right? He helps expose things like this. He really gives you an insight into what they're doing, these Americans, with the rest of the world, how they are able to pressure governments. In the WikiLeaks files, you can see how the U.S. pressured the Italians and the Germans not to prosecute CIA officers who had kidnapped and tortured their own citizens, like, Italian citizens, German citizens. So like these European countries, these NATO countries will even sell out their own citizens under U.S. pressure. It's so disgusting. And so here's just an article from 2016, right? You can see Hillary Clinton intervenes with the French foreign minister to block the release of Georges Abdallah. I mean, what a character she is, right? What a character. How unsurprising. And so this guy, they've pinned these murders on him, and every time he goes for parole, they constantly, he's always asked, like, do you repent, right? Do you regret what you've done so that we can release you back to society? He says no. Like he says, I am a freedom fighter, and whatever you're accusing me of, I will not abandon this cause, and I am steadfast. And 38 years, man, like that's incredible. Can you imagine spending 38 years of your life in a fucking jail? I'm not even 30. I'm not even 30. Like I can't, that's not even, this guy's been in jail longer than I've been alive. Like that's sick, and I think the reason that they do this is because they don't want to release him and encourage others to take up arms and take up the cause of resistance, because he is very, very popular and well liked. And I wanted to talk about him because even I didn't know that much, and I wanted to share what I learned with you, and I wanted to share a little bit about him, because he's a guy that's obviously been kept in a jail and thrown away. They've locked him up and thrown away the key and hope that everyone forgets about him. But the things that he's fighting for are still relevant today. They're still just as relevant and valid and legitimate, and it's really incredible. And people still protest about this, about his imprisonment. I want to show you a video from just 3 weeks ago. You have protesters in Lebanon demanding his release while the French ambassador was visiting. Take a look. They're saying Georges Abdallah Muqawim. I mean, he's a resistance fighter. That's how much support he has. I'm not sure if this is right outside the French embassy, but I wanted to tell you something also. You have people who worked in French intelligence who wrote in their memoirs that they know the charges are made up. Right, because again, where was he tried and jailed? In France, right? For allegedly killing an Israeli diplomat and an American diplomat. And the French intelligence, in their memoirs, have admitted that the whole thing is made up. So you can see the dirty, the foul play there is. This guy is not in prison because he committed a crime. He's in prison because it's a political witch hunt. It's a political attack against him. When look, man, when Hillary Clinton is writing a fucking email to keep you in jail, that shit is political. I don't care what you did or supposedly did. That is political. Case closed, man. That's Hillary the devil, right? Yeah, yo, man, if she's coming after you, you probably did something good, you know? I mean, with the exception of Trump, he did nothing good. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it just shows you when a foreign state is lobbying to keep you in jail past your sentence. Like, he should be allowed out on parole, right? 9 times they've denied him parole. Just give me a second. I think it was Bonnet Yves, the guy that I was telling you about. Yeah, he's the former French intelligence official, Bonnet Yves. And I want to see if I can get you the exact quote. Look what this is from France 24, okay? And they say Yves Bonnet, the former director of France's central headquarters for surveillance of the territory and founder of the International Center for Research and Studies on Terrorism, contributed to the hunt that led to Abdullah's arrest in Lyon in 1984. Despite that, he declares himself in favor of the prisoner's release. Quote, "This injustice has lasted long enough," he recently told France 24, right? It's gone beyond the limits of what's reasonable, and at this point, nothing justifies his imprisonment. We should put him on a plane and send him back to Lebanon, where the authorities are willing to receive him. So when they wrote this, they're saying 7 times, but it's actually 9 times now, right? They just denied him again recently. I think it's important to talk about political prisoners, especially in the world that we live in today. You know, it's very easy to go along with the mainstream. It's very easy to support Israel. It's easy to support the US. It's nothing special about going along with NATO. It's nothing brave about supporting the mainstream media. These people, you know, they champion human rights. They champion equality. They fight for something that is, you know, that is noble. They fight for the dignity of people. And this is the punishment. Right? So for all the talk, you know, liberté, égalité, fraternité, you know, for all the talk of human rights and democracy, if you were actually a freedom fighter, if you're an actual revolutionary, an actual resistance fighter, this is how they treat you. You know, they put you in jail for 38 years like George Abdullah, or they lock you up like Assange. Like that's what the West does to the real freedom fighters, to the real, you know, dissenters, the real adversaries of this imperialist power center, and it's really disgusting, you know. Even the guy who put him in jail is saying, like, this is this is not okay. Like, you punished this guy too much. I mean, that should count for something. And when we see Hillary Clinton interfering, that also should count for something. You know, that should tell you that it's political. So I just wanted to talk about him because I feel really bad for him. Like, he's been in jail longer than I've been alive, and he's forgotten about. Like, there's not that much about him in English, at least, you know. There are a few resources, but there's not that much. It's really sad, you know, what they do to these people. Like, again, you know, it's not a question, oh, is this man perfect? You know, nothing to do with that, because you often hear that when you, for example, talk about Assange, or you talk about a political prisoner, you know, people think that you're like worshiping them or something. That's not the point, man. It's the principle. No one cares about their how they are, like, personally, or you know, it's nothing to do with that. It's their work and their cause, the stuff that they fight for, and the fact that they're being punished for that. You know. Here, just to read you some more from France 24, they say he's been eligible for release since 1999, yet continues to be denied parole, despite having parole requests approved several times by French judges. The Lebanese government has officially asked for his release, and he is asking to be deported to Lebanon. Yet, the French state has intervened at the highest levels alongside the US and Israeli regimes to deny Georges Abdullah's parole requests. Because they know that if he's allowed out and deported to Lebanon, he'll be free in Lebanon. I think that he would certainly be freed. And they don't want people to remember about him. They don't want people to know about him, to understand what he's been through and why he's been in jail. And they don't want others to follow in his footsteps. So again, this is what they do to the pro-Palestinians, to the actual freedom fighters, Mark, thank you very much for your donation. I appreciate that very much. Again, I'm checking here to make sure I didn't miss anyone. I don't want to keep you guys waiting. We have you guys have overloaded my notifications because so many of you subscribed on Patreon. I literally can't even. Thank you so much. That really warms my heart, and it's so encouraging. So thank you for that. Let me just read some of your comments here. Faye says, "Long live Palestine." Yes. Tahia Palestine. Nozi says, "Merci pour ton boulot, Richard." De rien, ça fait plaisir. Et c'est important de faire tout ça. Merci. Mark, thank you so much for your comment. I'm a bit embarrassed. I don't want to read it, but it's so humbling. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Allo, c'est moi, says, "Please look out for your mental health, Richard Medhurst. These topics can take a toll on a person. Love your work, brother." Thank you. And actually, my cousin Roni told me the same thing, right? Like, it is upsetting, man. I genuinely get upset about a lot of these things, and I tell you a lot. Like, I don't know. I mean, actually, I do know people from Yemen, but I've never been there. I don't really know anyone from Libya. I've never been to Libya, but it hurts when you see what they're doing there, and what they're doing to Africa, to Latin America. Like, it's really upsetting, And I don't know. I do take your words to heart, though. So thank you. I appreciate that. The Auspicious says, "Je savais pas que tu parlais français, buddy." Bah oui, bien sûr, j'ai un bac ES. Chris says, "Two Russian and Israeli dual citizens who bombed the U.S. Capitol and U.S. Congress in 1983. I mean, I think I know what you're getting at, because I can also point to the USS Liberty, which is a U.S. ship that was attacked by the Israelis. It's funny, right? Like they knowingly, purposely attacked a U.S. ship, the Israelis, and they have committed other terrorist attacks, like this one, or I mentioned this with Stanley the other day when we were talking about Israel. We mentioned the terrorism that the Israeli militia has committed before there was an Israel, and afterwards in the years following. They bombed the King David Hotel. They blew up like dozens of British officers, and it's really interesting because the Israelis say that the Palestinians are terrorists, right? They want to paint them as terrorists, but the Israelis did actually not similar things to what the Palestinians are doing, but like far more violent. They had these militias in Palestine called, it changed names over the years, but it was Haganah, Hashomir, and then that eventually became the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, more like the Israeli Occupation Forces. But you get the point. And these were really, really violent militias. Like they spent their time, killing anyone who stood in their way. Whether it's Palestinian Arabs, they even killed Jews. Like there was one Jew who was going to go to London, to the UK to plead with the government against a creation of Israel, and they literally executed him in the street. They assassinated him. Another Jew, right? Like they killed anyone who opposes Zionism. And these are people who came from Eastern Europe. They're not from Palestine, but they wanted to take Palestine. And many of these guys later became Israeli prime ministers. So do you understand the kind of people that we're dealing with here when we talk about the Israeli occupation? It's extremely violent, repressive, nut jobs. I mean, they're no different from ISIS. How are you different from ISIS? You're no different at all. They hijack religion. So ISIS hijacks Islam, they hijack Judaism, and they hide behind this cover of religion to lay claim to the land. And they think that it justifies murdering people and treating them like shit. Like, your religion doesn't say to do that. You know better than that. You're not religious. You're a political hack who's hijacking the Holocaust and other oppression that Jews have faced, and hijacking Judaism and using that, weaponizing that cynically to further your political goals. That's disgusting. And it's the same thing with ISIS, right? They hijack Islam, they dirty the name of Islam to paint themselves as like some kind of holy authority, like they have the right to do this, and this is for God told them to do that. No, that's nonsense. Complete nonsense. And they're both, I say religious in quotation marks, extremists, and they're, no surprise, they're funded by the same people. Isn't that a surprise? And the same can be said about the Crusaders, right? In the Middle Ages, it's the same kind of using religion for politics, when it should be a personal thing. Omar, thank you for the donation. Omar says, if you ever update the crab dance, make sure you don't remove the black preacher part. Thank you for supporting Palestine the way that you do. You're most welcome, and I won't remove that. I forgot his name, but the guy who's preaching in the crab dance, I remember that clip from when I was really young, like 20 years ago or something, on the internet, and I was like, dude, that would be so funny to put it in, and I'm glad I found it, but I have no clue what his name is. I completely forgot. But he's funny. I won't remove it. The crab dance, we never remove things. We only add things. See? So it's always just, it gets better and better. That's the J. Mena historian says, are the Christian militias in Lebanon who fought against Palestinians terrorists? Absolutely. That is another perfect example. I don't know if many of you know this, but you had, during the Lebanese Civil War, so we're talking from 85 till around 2000, right? The Israelis, during this period, they worked with Lebanese militia groups who are supposedly Christian, right? They identify as Christian militias, and they're Lebanese, to massacre Palestinians. They entered Palestinian refugee camp and massacred everyone, because the Israelis, when they invaded Lebanon, in 82 and before that, their goal was to, like, their pretext was to get rid of the Palestinian resistance that was in South Lebanon, because they said, oh, the Palestinians are launching attacks against us, and we have to get rid of them. And again, look how they abuse international law. They claim that they're invading Lebanon, because it's self-defense. The UN didn't agree with that. Anyway, they partnered with these Christian militias, right? And they massacred other Lebanese. Like, these people are, it's just like the Vichy French. It's the same equivalent. They're cooperating, they're collaborating with a foreign invader, an occupier, to kill their own countrymen. I mean, that is the lowest of the low. The lowest of the low. And what's so shocking is you have some of these scumbags who were part of these militias and leading them, who are in Lebanese politics today, right? If I'm not mistaken, Samir Jaja is one of them. Yeah. Here, I talked about him before with you, but Samir Jaja is one of the most famous politicians in Lebanon, right? And he was part of the so-called Lebanese forces, right? Again, the Lebanese forces is this so-called Christian militia that I was talking about, and they worked with the Israelis, and I mean, it's really, it's disgusting. So he's not the only one, though, right? They sort of at the end of the civil war, there was sort of an understanding between all the various groups in Lebanon that we don't take revenge on one another for what happened in the civil war. And that's something that Sayed Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, the head of Hezbollah, said a few months ago. Do you remember when there was this massacre in Beirut where they killed Amal and Hezbollah protesters? Hezbollah said, like, we didn't take revenge on you after the civil war for what you did. So don't come here and start preaching about, and trying to take the moral high ground. It was so funny. I remember he said, what did he say to them again? Which it's like behave in Arabic, That was fucking hilarious. The Kataib, these Lebanese forces. I think his party, it's the Kataib party, yeah. Anyway, he's a real scumbag. He's disgusting. This Samir Jaja, and there are others like him. These are the kinds of people that should be tried for war crimes. I'm not like, when I say they massacred a refugee camp, like, I'm not exaggerating. They literally massacred. It was Shatila, right? And hold on, I'm going to show you. I've talked about this before here, but I want to show you again. Right, the Shatila refugee camp. So they estimate, I can't show you the picture because it's too violent. It's horrible. But in Sabra and Shatila, the two camps, it's estimated between 400 and 3,000, so 460 to 3,500 civilians. I mean, let's say it's conservative estimate and say it's 460. That's still a massacre. That's still unbelievable. And like I said, the Lebanese Christians, like, working with the Israelis, like, that's treason. That's really treason. It's horrible. So, we have, wow. Okay, that's really impressive. Thank you so much to Sia. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. To Wan Xia, thank you for your pledge on Patreon. It just raised it very, very considerably. I'm so grateful. Thank you for that. And Shabala also joined on Patreon. I'm going to play a crab dance for you guys. Show some love. Show some love to them. You guys are very generous. Thank you.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
After we lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
There's always some kind of black screen after the crab dance, but regardless, thank you very much, guys. The live stream has over 1,100 likes. It's incredible. We got hundreds of you watching. That's really brilliant. And actually, I just remembered. I used to do a lot of Q&As. I mean, not a lot, but I started doing some Q&A live streams from time to time. Is that something you guys would be interested in if I just hopped on once in a while just to do Q&As? So I mean, we're probably going to end up talking about politics anyway, right? You guys mostly asked me about that, so which I'm more than fine with. But if you want me to start doing that again, let me know. And we have a comment here from Dalia. It says, Palestine pre-1948 had a Christian Palestinian population of 20%. Today, the Holy Lands contain under 2% Christians, thanks to Zionist settler colonialism. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, another consequence of you know, the Israelis. And also, if you look at Iraq and Syria, the Christian population has also dipped there. And, I mean, it's actually the whole population, right? You had millions of people, regardless what religion they are, just being displaced internally, externally, you know, made into refugees. Correct me if I'm wrong. I recall that Syria received between 1 and 2 million Iraqi refugees in 2003. And again, this is so funny when you hear European countries who help start these wars, who are NATO countries, complaining about refugees. You don't even take a fucking fraction of what Syria takes, or Turkey takes, or Iran takes, or, you know, the countries that are not able, who don't have the infrastructure to deal with all of these refugees. You don't take shit. And you're complaining about refugees, maybe don't create them. You know, it's so infuriating. But I just want to, sorry, I went off on a tangent. But the Christian population also, you know, you have these nut jobs like Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio. Like, you have a bunch of U.S. Politicians who say that they care about Christians in the Middle East. Mike Pompeo, you know, will say that. And then they'll go and fund the groups that are actually killing Christians and other minorities and other Muslims, you know, like, they're so hypocritical. It's disgusting, you know? And also, what is that logic? Like, you should only care about Christian Arabs, like the other Arabs are not worthy. What the fuck? You know, that makes me angry. And it's sad that the Christian population goes down like that. Again, it's the displacement, the genocide, and they're constantly changing the demographics, you know? I can't read your name. I don't know what your name is because there are some weird characters, but very intriguing. But they've sent a donation, and they say, I have just learned about YPG International, who are fighting both ISIS and Turkish goons in Syria and Kurdistan. Have you covered them before? I mean, when you talk about the YPG, I'm assuming you mean the SDF, what they're called is the Syrian Democratic Forces, right? Because the PPK is in Turkey, and then at least Turkey claims that the YPG in Syria is an affiliate, and they've been killing them. And you know, again, it's so funny seeing the reaction when, you know, the Americans claim to support the Kurds, and then from one day to the next, they just abandon them, knowing that Turkey is gonna come and kill them. To the point that the SDF goes and they go and make a deal for protection with the Syrian government, right? So, which shows you that this so-called NATO country, what it's doing, but you know, they're not going to face consequences. Anyway, my point is, yeah, I mean, the Kurds, they've done some good things, of course, in Syria. You know, they've helped to fight ISIS. No one can deny that. But at the same time, what they're doing with the Americans, collaborating with the Americans in Hasake and Deir ez-Zor, where they are, you know, allowing the Americans, enabling them to take the oil. And it's not even just about the oil. It's the principle. Like, this is not their land, and they're foreign occupiers. You shouldn't be helping them. They're in Syria illegally, the Americans. They have no business there. They're causing trouble and killing people. Why would you stand with them? And especially after they screwed you, right? They always screw the Kurds. They gave Saddam the chemical weapons, which he used against Iran. He used against the Kurds. They abandoned the Kurds in 2019, again in northern Syria. But Trump didn't actually withdraw. He just moved to the northeast to take the oil. And then they work with him again. I don't understand that. I don't get it. The Kurds are always used by the Americans. They promise them independence, and they promise them all this stuff. You know, and it's just hot air. It's blah, blah. You know. Shukil says U.S. Zionist politicians don't care about brown-skinned Christians. I mean, I'm afraid you're right. And I always think back to the Crusades. They say that, you know, they were liberating the Holy Land. Really? Because when they got to Jerusalem, the Crusaders massacred everyone, the Muslims, the Jews, and the Christians, because they weren't the right Christians, I suppose. Like, it just shows you that there's, you know, it's just complete bullshit. This idea that they're religious and benevolent. It's just politics. It's all politics. I'm catching up with your comments. Give me a second. I'm just reading them. You guys are having like 50 internal conversations, so I'm trying to figure out which was a question to me and which when you were talking to each other. DC says it's wild how many American leftists who identify as quote-unquote anti-imperialist or part-time condemned the idea of Trump removing U.S. troops from Syria at all. I mean, I think AOC was one of them, and they said they said on the surface that the U.S. is abandoning the Kurds. I mean, yeah, it's true in a way, obviously, but the thing is, they shouldn't be there in the first place. The Americans, just to prove the point that the Syrian government could take care of them. The SDF went right afterwards and made a deal with the Syrian government to protect them. So if the Syrian government wasn't capable of protecting them and was against them, why would they make a deal together for protection from Turkey? So that blows another hole in the narrative. The idea that the U.S. should stay in Syria because it's just there to help the Kurds. No. If you want to help the Kurds, protect them from Turkey, well, you need to, rein in your NATO ally, because Turkey is a NATO country. It needs the U.S. in many ways. Although, again, Erdogan is kind of like is unpredictable. But my point is that they have other ways of doing that. You don't need to go and occupy Syria. That's bullshit. They're there for many reasons that are nothing to do with protecting Kurds. Again, the U.S. doesn't give a shit about Uyghurs, Kurds, people in Hong Kong, Tibet. They just use them. They use separatist movements to divide and conquer and further the foreign policy agenda. They don't actually care about them. As soon as they're done with them, they drop them. And even Saddam Hussein, right? He was also a U.S. ally at one point. Look how they screwed him. They always stab you in the back, Obviously, I'm not comparing those groups to Saddam. My point was that anyone who thought the U.S. is their friend, turns out, they have a rude awakening. Marvin says, will Richard have Rania Khalik or Mimi, Syrian girl, back on? Sure. I think Rania was on, must be a few months ago now, not weeks. But we had a great time talking about Syria and Lebanon back then. Definitely go watch the video. It was really fun. It's always fun with Rania. I love having her on. And after the Assange extradition hearing, she and Kevin were kind enough to invite me on their show. It was great talking with them. And absolutely. Why not? I have something coming with Graham Elwood this week or Monday. So, in a week. I don't know if I'll upload it on YouTube. You know why? Because of the censorship, because of the algorithm. And that's why I implore you to go on Rockfin and subscribe. It's free. It's completely free. But there's no censorship there. I don't have to worry about the algorithm or something. And it's going to be for Press TV. So you can also just go on Google, type press Richard Medhurst, the communique, and you'll see my television program, and you're going to see the next episode with Graham, what it's about. No way you can upload that on YouTube without them screwing you. You know, it's like... Anyway, Jack says, Richard, you can set torrents for censored videos. I've never thought of that. I don't know how to do that. But that's actually not not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Thank you. I appreciate you guys giving me different avenues. You know, you always tell me about new platforms and ideas to circumvent the Big Brother. I appreciate it. Denise says, Richard, I love your commitment and passion to tell the truth. Thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you for supporting the show, Denise. That's really kind of you. Solgato says, I'm not anti-religion, but it becomes the enemy when it serves power. Yeah, I mean, it's what I said. It's then it's a political tool, and that's the issue. That it's always co-opted, manipulated, and it. I don't know. I think it's a personal thing. You know, like that's to each his own, to each their own. You shouldn't be using religion or whatever it is to like murder people. Like that's sick. They do literally the opposite of what they claim to believe in. J-Man, a historian, says, what are your thoughts on the SSNP, Greater Syria, and Syrianism? I don't know. I'll say it like this. We talked earlier about the Sykes-Picot agreement, right? When the French and the British, they came to the Middle East, they used the Arabs. Lawrence of Arabia, he recruits the Arab tribes, and they launched the Arab Revolt to get rid of the Ottoman Empire. And they promised the Arabs independence. And they lied, right? They lied. They divided the Middle East in secret between themselves, the French and the British, and they occupied it for decades, right? And they created many of the problems that we have today. Israel is a product of British colonialism. But so my point is, how does this relate to Greater Syria? Because, the borders that you have today in Syria were created by British and French people. What more do I need to say? Again, look at the map in Africa. Look at the map in the Middle East. The people from these regions didn't draw these borders. Like that is fundamentally unfair. That's fundamentally oppressive. And the worst part is they don't just, they do it based on sectarian lines on purpose. So when they created Lebanon, the idea was we're going to make a Christian, like an Arab Christian country, right? Like this country should be the Arab country with the majority Christians. And then, we're going to make this country over here. We'll share this one. And it's all based on dividing and conquering and profiting from the geopolitics of it, and it's disgusting and selfish. And so, a lot of people are very passionate about the fact that Syria should reunite. It should become not like it is today, where you have Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Jordan. It should all be one, as it was before. I can show you the map. Surya al-Kubra, the Greater Syria, which is, the geographical term also for the region. I don't know if you can see that. Give me a second. So I'm just explaining to you the logic behind Greater Syria, what people mean by that and what they want, right? Here. So this is the idea that all of this should be Syria, right? And obviously not everyone is happy with that idea, even inside Syria. But you do have a party, and you can see their logo there. Which I think you just mentioned, J-Man, in the comments. You asked me about the Syrian Socialist National Party. Syrian National Socialist Party, which is a very troublesome name, if it reminds you of a peculiar thing in Germany. But the thing is that this party was created in the 30s, right? In the 1930s, the same time as you had the Nazis. And people say that they are the Syrian equivalent of the Nazis. I mean, the problem with saying that is that literally during Hitler's rise to power, the Syrian Syrian Nationalist Socialist Party said they don't like Hitler and they criticized his politics. So these two things have nothing to do with each other. The other thing that people don't understand is that when we're talking about the global south, nationalist does not mean white supremacist or some shit. It means anti-colonial. Because what's the best way to fight colonialism, a foreign occupier? It's to unite the country. I mean, it has a completely different connotation. And then, of course, they look at the logo and they say that it looks like a swastika. That's so fucking dumb. It's a cross, a Christian cross, and a crescent from Islam that have been molded together. It's nothing to do with a swastika. So you have all these like stupid myths about the party. Again, I'm not saying I approve. I'm just debunking like some dumb, ignorant shit that you hear about it. But I don't know personally. You know, the idea of Greater Syria, it sounds good, but how could you make it? You know, undoing the damage of colonialism is extraordinary, and you have too many people who've been brainwashed. There's too much foreign influence in these countries, in Lebanon, in Syria itself, in Palestine. There's too many powers, external powers, that would make it impossible. I mean, even the idea of pan-Arabism, if you look at Syria uniting with Egypt at one point, they had the United Arab Republic. By the way, just 1 second to show you the SNSP logo. You see, it's supposed to be a crescent with a cross. And why is that? The idea is that Syria is a pluralistic society. It has Christians and Muslims, and they come together. That's the idea. And I mean, I've told you this many times, like not just Syria, actually a lot of countries in the Middle East, you know, they celebrate their diversity, whether, you know, it's Iraq, you have Christians in Iraq, you have Christians in Palestine. So that's the idea behind it. It has nothing to do with Germany. It's ridiculous. But my point is that pan-Arabism was also very promising on the surface. And then when Syria joined Egypt, you know, a lot of Syrians found it to be repressive because Egypt was too dominant. So it didn't really feel like an equal thing. And then I think they wanted to Iraq to join, and it didn't work. So, you know, that's the difference between the Syrian nationalist party, the Hizb al-Qawmi Suri, and pan-Arabism, is that they want Syria to be reunited, and pan-Arabism is they want the entire Arab world to be reunited in a secular fashion, right? So it's not religious or sectarian. It's secular. It's not religious. And I don't know. I mean, you know, both ideas sound very nice on paper, but I mean, you know, how do you go about that? Like, how do you convince the Arabs to unite again? Just like, let's say in the Levant, in the Sham, never mind the whole Arab world. What a challenge with all the shit that's happened. What a challenge. It would be great, you know, if the Arabs were all one together, one power. But it's I don't know, man. I feel like it's impossible. But yeah, it's, you know, it sounds nice on paper. It's just Cheapkey says, when do you sleep, Richard? I'm in Belgium. It's 3:15 and my eyes are so tired, but I'm going to listen to the end. Thank you for your dedication. I don't know what part of Belgium you're from. Tu parles français? But I'm in the same time zone as you. So, you know, I appreciate you staying till the end. There's no sleep. There's no sleep with in these matters. Allo c'est moi says unification of the Middle East through pan-Arabism. I mean, whatever it is, whether it's pan-Arabism or whatever you want to call it, because there were many versions, right? They tried the United Arab Republic with Egypt and Syria, and then they had the federation with Libya, Egypt, Syria. if it would work, that would be wonderful. That would already be a huge step in the right direction. But, Jack says, China is trusted friend for Arabs. It is, but, I must say, it's a bit weird seeing China working with Israel as well. Exporting, things, building things. It's kind of like seeing Russia. Russia is in Syria helping Syria fight Al-Qaeda, but then it's also, Russia was the first country to recognize Israel. Speaking of Russia recognizing things, Russia is, again, it's a Syrian ally, but it also has ties with Israel. A lot of Israelis are Russian Jews. And so it creates a really awkward situation because you have Israel bombing Syria and Russia doesn't want to get involved and open up But anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. So, yeah. I'm just reading your comments. You guys are very kind. I appreciate it very much. Carlos says, Richard, isn't the biggest Jewish community there in Iran? Do you mean in the whole Middle East or West Asia? I don't know, but I don't know if it's the biggest, but it's definitely true that you have a big Jewish community in Iran. You used to have one in Syria. From what I understood is they all went to Israel because Israel wanted to take them, and some of them were they had to go to Israel against their will. My point is it's of course you have Jewish communities in all of these countries, in Iraq as well, in Morocco, in Egypt, I wouldn't say their situations have been the same. I think in some countries they haven't been treated as fairly, and this is of course after Israel was created. But you have a lot of Jews from all over the Middle East. Yeah, of course. That's where the religion comes from. Why wouldn't you? All these religions come from there. It's normal. It's normal that they coexist with each other. They don't always do. I'm not saying everything's been roses and milk and roses. But I've said this before. Anytime you have like ethnic divides or religious divides, it's not as bad as it was before. Like when you come in and invade a country and start encouraging this violence, like Iraq, for example, with what happened after the invasion, like it wasn't as bad before, but it wasn't perfect either, but they made it 1,000,000 times worse. And that's the issue. It's classic divide and conquer. I wish people would see this more, Thank you, Yang. I appreciate your comment very much. And thank you, Carlos. Just to if we're talking about Jews in Iran, I actually follow the chief rabbi of Iran. Let me bring up his. Here he is. I'm going to show you his Twitter. He posts some cool things. And the Zionists don't like him, of course, right? So here he is. I follow him on Twitter. Rabbi Yehuda Gerami, I think. Gerami or Jerami. So he's the chief rabbi of Iran. And it's really cool because you see how the Israeli narrative falls apart also, because they want you to believe that like Iran hates Jews, Syria hates Jews, all the Arabs hate Jews. That's not true. That's completely nonsense. Look, you even have a Jewish quarter in Tehran. Same in Damascus. These things are so old. Always been there. Sorry, there's some sign here on Twitter that want me to log in. But I really love the diversity. I think it's amazing and it's something to be celebrated. It's not tolerance, it's coexistence. I think it's really a good way to say it, because again, like it's just logical. Islam, Judaism, Christianity, where do these religions come from? They come from this place. They don't come from anywhere else, right? They have their origins in the Levant, in the Middle East. And, this idea that there's some kind of like inherent hatred of Jews in Iran or by Arabs, that's not true. I've said this before. If we're talking about right after World War II, so there's just been a genocide in Europe against Jews, right? Jews have just come out of an enormous genocide in Europe. why would so many of them emigrate to Palestine if they felt unsafe among Arabs? And of course, it didn't start just after World War II. You had, in the decades leading up to that already, a mass emigration of European Jews. But just logically, like, why would they go there to this area among people they hate? Does that make any sense to you? Of course not, because it's not true. And I will admit, though, you do have sometimes some, Arabs who confuse Judaism with Zionism, right? And they'll say, like, the Jews. No, it's not the Jews. It's the Israelis. Like, you can't conflate those two. That's not okay. Just like ISIS does not, or Saudi Arabia does not speak for all Muslims. So same thing with Zionism. They don't speak for all Jews. Actually, I've seen many anti-Zionist Jews who've said that Zionism is anti-Semitic because it pretends to speak for all Jews, and I mean, just a second, I'm refreshing over here. Dalia says, Lebanese Jews rejected the Zionist state officially several times after its inception and chose to stay in Lebanon and thrived till 1982. Observer says, Soviet Union is different than Russia. Stalin recognized them and quickly revoked his recognition. That is not modern-day Russia. By the way, there was an interesting story I saw the other day where I'll cover it next time. I'll leave it for next time. I don't want to spoil also everything, but yeah. Saul says, "Wow, you're still live. Hello, Richard. Always. Juan Cias, I hope I'm not butchering your name. Please correct me if I'm saying it wrong. But Juan says, hi, Richard. Thank you for doing the stream. Always learning so much from you. Thank you so much. You're most welcome. And I'm grateful also. I saw earlier on Patreon. So really, it's my pleasure for all of you. I'm more than happy that you're finding it informative and enjoying it. Despite the fact that most of the shit we talk about is really not that uplifting, unfortunately. Graham7 says, does not speak for me. I have a very hard time with my family about Zionism. Yeah, I mean, it's really tough when you have political differences in the family. That's, yeah. I've seen also other people on social media talking about that. And Yang says, Richard, I'm interested to know your views on China. It's probably the only major company that has healthy ties with everyone in the Middle East, including Iran, Syria, Palestine, and the Israelis. Yeah, that's what I was saying before, that that was literally my point, that they're actually working with everyone. Again, I feel like that's China's business. China wants to recognize the Israelis. I mean, that sucks because they shouldn't legitimize the occupation of Syria, of Lebanon, of Palestine, but that's Chinese. That's China's affair, and the same thing with Russia. That doesn't mean that Syria should not work with Russia or work with China. You know what I mean? The thing is, though, when it comes to Arabs, when it comes to like Bahrain or the UAE recognizing the Israelis. And this is funny because you had the foreign minister of the UAE meeting with Bashar al-Assad, with the Syrian president, and they were like smiling and everything, like, after cutting off ties for like 10 years. Anyway, my point is that with them, I think it's a different story with the Arabs, because the Arabs have a moral obligation to the Palestinians. And I know there are Arabs who will not agree with me. The Arabs must fight for the Palestinians. And it is such a treacherous act of betrayal. It's such a vile betrayal to turn your back on the Palestinians. Like, the Arabs haven't done anywhere near enough for the Palestinians. Everyone should be following Algeria's example. I mean, Syria is obviously with the Palestinians, but even Syria, there are periods where there was a rift between the Palestinians and the Syrian government. And even if you look at Lebanon how they massacred not everyone, of course, but during the Civil War, these Christian militias massacred the Palestinians in Jordan. So there's been a lot of betrayal, unfortunately. But the recent stuff with this recognizing Israel, that's not acceptable as for Arabs to do that. Jack says Arab kings were sold to Britain and Israel a long time ago. Absolutely. That is something very important for you to understand. The Middle East was carved up by the French and the British, and then they installed a bunch of royal families that serve their interests. Saudi Arabia. But yeah. So we again, Yang, just to answer your question about China, I think what China is doing with the Belt and Road Initiative is very good. It's much needed, and I think it's a fresh departure, right, from the current world order. Again, I'm not saying again, I'm going to stop doing this. I feel like you shouldn't have to preface I'm not saying China's perfect in order just to say something good about China. Fuck off. I'm just going to say something good about China or whoever I'm talking about if it's true. I don't need to preface it. But yeah, I mean, China's doing superb things with not just internally lifting millions and millions out of poverty, but also globally. I think it's offering a good alternative model and showing that you can do business with other countries without, invading them and killing them. You don't have to go and fucking invade Iraq to get its oil. You could also build infrastructure for Iraq and get the oil in exchange, right? That's the difference between the Americans and the Chinese. The Americans will come, the British as well, right? Of course, it's an extension of the British. We just come and kill people and colonize them and take their shit. And then they go to London, they take all these resources back to Europe. They build up their nice capitals. They build all this lovely infrastructure. And in the US, they literally get slaves to build it for them, and then they wonder why, those countries we robbed are developing. What? And then the best thing, you know what they do? They go and say that China is debt trapping countries. Well, even if that were true, let's pretend that's true. I think it's a lot. People would much prefer to be in that situation than fucking bombed to smithereens by the Americans. That's not even comparable. Yeah. What is the alternative? Okay, you're not going to bomb those countries. You want American corporations to come and fuck them? That's your alternative, or French corporations, these multinationals that rob African countries blind. That's your alternative. Get out of here, man. This is the cheap propaganda that they resort to when they don't have anything to say about the alternative model that China's offering, right? They don't have anything to say, so they start going with these personal attacks and making shit up. So, Carlos says the IMF also debt trapping every country. Of course. What do people think the World Bank and the IMF are? That's their thing. The whole business model is let's debt trap countries and control them that way. You pioneered that. Anyway, guys, I'm again gonna use this opportunity to spam you and ask you to please join on Rockfin, because it's completely free. I'm live streaming right now on Rockfin, and it's just a backup plan in case God forbid they mess with my YouTube channel again. I think we're 17,000 subscribers on there. It's something great. So make sure you sign up. It's completely free. And I'll put the link below. It's rokfin.com/RichardMedhurst. And I actually never plug my social media, so I'm going to do it now. I mean, might as well. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Richie Medhurst. I'll show you. That's the handle. So thank you to everyone who's following there. And if you're watching right now and you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I'm trying to do the whole checklist. What haven't I said? I don't want to spam you guys. I'm just, I should do it at least once in the program. And we also have Substack. Substack is basically a newsletter. When I go live, I send you an email because YouTube doesn't notify you sometimes. So that way I make sure that you guys get the email. And again, I'll put the link below. It's richardmedhurst.substack.com. I'm I'm really happy. We hit 404 people on Patreon now. We were at, what is it, 384? That's, I don't know. We got like 20 people who just subscribe. I'm so grateful. We smashed the goal. You guys are amazing. So thank you so much for that. I'm sure Claudia will send me an updated. Here we go. There she already sent me the updated one. So take a look at Joe Biden sniffing the lovely thermometer that we have over here. Isn't that great? So we're already on our way to the next goal. Thank you guys so much. Again, I don't put anything behind a paywall. All of my stuff is free. I want everyone to be able to access it. Yeah, that's just a way of supporting the show, right? If you want to support the show, if you like my work, I'd be very grateful if you could donate $1 or $2 a month. You can put any amount you like. And hopefully we get to the goal of 450 this month. I'd be really happy if we can hit the goal. And thank you to all of you who signed up. Again, too many to name, but I tried to do a shout out for you, and there you go. So multiple crab dances were in order. Let me just keep reading your comments. I like doing this stuff with you. I think it's great. One of you is saying plug. Okay, I'm doing it. Saul says plug, son. We got a donation from Graham7. Says, thank you for a place to get the truth and talk about issues that are important to a lot of us. Yeah, I mean, again, no need to thank me. I'm most welcome. You're most welcome, and I'm very humbled. Thank you, Graham. I appreciate it. I like chatting to you guys always at the end. I think it's great. And thank you, Cortez. Thank you for your nice comments. Thank you for Saul. That's great. I'm happy you've been following for so long. That's wonderful. And Yang says, absolutely agree with your point, Richard. Delighted to see Syria joining BRI. Yeah, it's not going to fix Syria completely, but it's the right step. Oh, we have a message here from Faye. Says, I follow you on Instagram. Post more. Okay. all right. I thought I was doing it too much. I'm gonna post even more. Thank you, Faye. You're very kind. I appreciate it. And thank you, Skylark. Thank you, John, to Emily. Lima says a socks break is needed. Actually, that's really funny because socks is waiting outside the door, which is really sweet. So Emery says nice setup, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm actually gonna get how's the quality looking, by the way? The stream quality. Everything okay? Because I need to upgrade my internet. It's quite slow, and I had to downgrade the settings a bit. So I hope the quality is still okay, and it's good for you. So that's great. I'm happy it's good. I don't know when you guys joined. If you joined just now or before, where are you tuning in from? Some of you said you're here in same time zone as me. I appreciate it. So thank you. That's wonderful. Thanks. Okay, I'm glad the quality is Gucci. Wonderful. We gotta have it sparkling to take it to them. By the way, I don't know if I can't see right now if you guys were donating on Rockfin. It's not showing up for me, so I apologize if I missed it. But I should actually pay more attention to that chat. Anyway. Yeah, I see a couple of donations here. Thank you very much from... Hold on, it's loading. This is from Lee. Lee says, I learned so much from you. Thanks for all your hard work. Again, that's the kindest compliment and kindest comment one could possibly hear. So thank you. We got 30 people watching on Rockfin. Again, that's wonderful. I don't do paywalls, man. I know a lot of people like to do premium stuff. I'm not about that. I like to do easy, accessible, breaking news, the latest news. I think access to news should be free for everyone, wherever you are. So I don't believe in paywalls. That's what I'm like. If you want to support, thank you. And I'm happy even if you just subscribe and like the videos. That's already enough for me. So thank you to everyone who's donating, all of your comments. We got Toei, I hope I'm saying your name right, who says it's 3:45 a.m. in Sweden. Well, I'm glad you're glad you're watching. That's awesome. Respect to those who are in the same time zone. We're right up through the middle of the night. Never stop. Lima says premium quality always. That's great. I was actually going to change the background. I think I hope you guys like the new one, but it might take a little bit, a few more weeks and stuff. And we'll see how it goes. Right? I'm able to do that thanks to you guys because you've been donating to the GoFundMe for the technical upgrades. So again, that's thanks to you. We got people in from Switzerland. See, up late. Australia. India, Bristol, Indiana, Lebanon, Georgia. That's great. That's wonderful. GMT +1 gang. Yes. The CET time zone boys. All right, guys. Well, again, I just wanted to say how grateful I am for all of you tuning in. And you guys need to give a special thank you to Kenzai. Kenzai just joined on Patreon. We're 405 subscribers now. Thank you so much. Crap dance.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
There we go. 405. We're getting there, baby. We're getting there. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Kenzai. I'm going to thank all of you guys again. Thank you, Kenzai, Beata, Ricky, Diego, Arash, Robert, What I've Been Thinking, Carrie, Garrett, Mehdi, Danny, Morgan, Kevin, Yago, Mindogas. Again, I hope I say your names correctly. Case Fritz, and of course, everyone who donated on Cash App. We have one here from Emre. Thank you, Emre, for the donation. There was another one from, of course, Wantia. Thank you for the Patreon, and thank you for Tony Lin on Cash App. You guys are very sweet, and everyone, of course, on YouTube. There's too many to go through. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. I couldn't do this without you, and I'm excited for the new crab dance. So you know. Saul says that shit is worth 1 million likes and support. The crab dance, you mean, right? Of course, it has to be. All right, guys. Well, I'll have all the segments up for you. Again, if you're subscribed, hit the bell thing so you get notified when I upload a video. Okay. You know, we're beefing things up again here, so gonna move like clockwork. And yeah, if you're not subscribed on Rockfin, go ahead. So thank you guys very much. I love this community. I'm so grateful to have you. And I'm not just saying that. This is more than just, you know, me coming here and doing the segments and stuff. I like to also interact with you, and I'm very grateful. All of you, so many countries. I can't even count how many people are tuning in from all over the world. It's really humbling, and especially those of you staying up late to watch. That's very kind of you. And Allo C'est Moi says, can't wait to watch this whole stream on playback. Sure, you know that. Again, that's something I know some channels do, like I mean, it's their choice, but some channels do like a premium where you have to pay to watch the whole stream. Nah, man, just go watch the stuff. So, you know, I never do anything else. So anyway, thank you guys so much. Again, the videos will be up. I appreciate your support, your kind words. Take care, be well, and ma salame. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.